Right. Okay, I would just wait for the other members to arrive and then we start, right? We're waiting for, let's wait for Martiniano and Julia, Ioanna also. Are they already here? No. For Julia and Martiniano, it's quite early for them. I hope they wake up on time. For them, it's 7:30 in the morning. Ioanna joined. Hi, Ioanna. Good morning. Good afternoon for you. Hi, Andrea.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Martiniano has just joined. Hello, Martiniano. How are you? Let me see if Julia has Julia joined. Oh, Julia has just joined now. Hi, Julia. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Or
Good afternoon, good
I
morning.
guess.
We are just like mornings and afternoons here. Okay.
Hi, Julia.
Lovely to see you all.
Yeah, really great. I think we can start now in order not to delay the presentations and our Fridays, right? Your Fridays. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you very, very much to be here with us on our first event of our group, our Language Anxiety Network. We are professors, we're students from different parts of the world interested in language anxiety. I'm gonna start sharing the slides because we're gonna start with a tribute to a very, very important person to our research, our dear professor, Dr. Elaine Horwitz, who was the first to start everything. So I'm gonna start sharing my slides. Just a minute. Sorry, guys, let me just. Go to the first slide here. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet, not yet.
Can you see it full screen?
No, not yet.
Okay, let me do it again. This is always something that we, for me, it shows that I'm presenting.
It shows here that you are presenting, but it's not showing anything, just your photo.
Okay. All right, let me stop presenting and do it again. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Is it
Yes.
full screen?
No.
No, it's not.
Because for me,
If you prefer, I can share here.
would you mind?
Just a minute.
Okay. So let me stop sharing it.
I don't know if it's the same version. Can you
It's
see?
full screen. Yes, it's
Not
full
yet.
screen now.
Yeah. Not okay.
Let me see, because I can't see it. No, now it's. Just a minute. No, I can't see the slides yet. I think I've lost connection. Just let me.
I'm going to try again.
No, I think now I can see it. Yeah, it was
Ah.
because of connection.
I had stopped.
Sorry, it was because of connection. It's always a problem. Oh yes, now I can see that.
Great.
Just let me turn on the chronometer. Okay, guys. All right. So today we gather to honor an extraordinary scholar, Professor Dr. Elaine Horwitz. Through her groundbreaking research on foreign language anxiety, she has forever transformed the way we understand language learning. Her work acknowledged the voices of learners who often struggled silently in the classroom. Please, Julianne, go to the next slide. Born in Washington, D.C., Elaine grew up in Silver Spring, Maryland. She was a first-generation college student at the University of Maryland, College Park, earning a BA with high honors in French with a teacher certification. She intended to get to work as a teacher and taught French, Spanish, and English in nearby public schools in Prince George's County. She met Michael Horwitz at a graduate degree at a College Park event and married him on October 17th, 1971. And inspired by her husband's pursuit of a graduate degree, Elaine decided she could do that too, and joined him at the University of Illinois, completing a PhD in second language learning and teaching. Please, Julianne. After living briefly in Las Vegas and then Buffalo, Dr. Horwitz began her career at the University of Texas at Austin. She joined the faculty in 1980, teaching courses and conducting research in foreign language learning and second language acquisition. She pioneered the field of foreign language learning anxiety and created the foreign language classroom anxiety scale and the beliefs about language learning inventory. Go to the next one, please. In 1986, Elaine, along with Michael Horwitz and Joe and Co., published a landmark article that identified foreign language anxiety as a unique phenomenon. She defined it as a distinct complex of self-perceptions, beliefs, feelings, and behaviors tied specifically to language learning. The FLCAS, her measurement tool, became a global standard and has since then been adapted into countless languages and studies. For many students, the language class can be the single most anxiety course they take. This is what she said in 2001. Please go to the next one. Professor Horwitz's work transcended borders. Her concept of language anxiety has been explored over 100 countries, influencing not just research, but teacher education and classroom practices. She helped educators understand that anxiety is not a minor obstacle, but a core issue affecting learner success. Her studies have resulted in 7 books, 26 book chapters, and over 70 peer-reviewed publications, receiving more than 26,000 academic citations. Please go to the next one. Her work has been recognized with numerous awards, including a Distinguished Alumni Award from the College of Education at the University of Illinois and the Region 3 Textiler of the Year in 2013. The enduring impact of her teaching also includes mentorship for many students around the world. She taught for 40 years until 2019, following her cancer diagnosis, becoming a professor emeritus in 2021. Please. Elaine opened up a new field of inquiry and inspired countless empirical studies. She encouraged a shift toward more effectively supportive classroom environments. Her work in the 2000s addressed coping strategies, teacher education, and cross-cultural studies. She said in 2010, anxious learners may avoid speaking and thus deny themselves important practice opportunities. Julianne, in your version, is there the video?
No, that is not. Just let me to check this.
I can try share it and then show the video. There is a short video in which we can hear Professor Horwitz. If you can reach the video, Ju.
A language teacher, maybe I don't have it.
Yes, this one.
A language teacher, maybe I don't advocate translation, but as somebody who was on the scene, I did a lot about that. Two preliminaries to the talk today. First of all, there's a very important vocabulary here that everybody must learn. Maybe there'll be a quiz at the end. The two of us, the color.
Fernanda, the sound is gone.
Julianne, we cannot hear the sound to the video.
It just shows you how to turn your lack of preparation into retention.
I don't know. Let me try to.
Technology is always a problem, isn't it? Everything was so organized.
I think it works, but you can't put yourself on mute or else it will mute the video and yourself at the same time. So as soon as you took yourself off mute, the sound was back.
Okay. If you hear me, you can hear the video too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let's try again. Sorry.
A language teacher, maybe I don't advocate translation, but as somebody who was on the scene, I did a lot about that. Two preliminaries to the talk today. First of all, there's a very important vocabulary here that everybody must learn. Maybe there'll be a quiz at the end. The two of us, the color that we're wearing is raspberry. Okay? Raspberry. And the other thing I should mention is, to be honest, I haven't actually looked at the PowerPoint, so you'll be seeing it with me. So feel free to shuffle if I've done something. So please look for any little issues in the PowerPoint. And for those of you who are new teachers, I've just showed you how to turn your lack of preparation into retention material that you're teaching. I have put together today, although I haven't actually read them, but I have put together a list of statements that I believe to be true about foreign language anxiety and what we know about foreign language anxiety. Actually, when Professor Garza and I were joking at the beginning and saying, yes, I was responsible for everyone being anxious about language learning, that is a misstatement. And it's a misstatement that I try very hard to correct. I have some people, Sparks and Dan Shaw, who seem to make a living reacting to my work, and they seem to over-interpret what I say. I never mean to say that everyone is anxious about language. That sentence says many people experience anxiety about their language learning. What does many mean? In this case, many means approximately 1/3. Not a majority. So we could come up with a really nice statement that says most people, 100% minus a third, most people do not experience anxiety about their language. So I don't need to say that everyone is anxious. And then the corollary that sometimes gets quoted is that all problems then stem from anxiety. Neither of those are statements that I wish to be made. Now, when I say a third, there seems to be some variation in particular cultural groups. The third seems to stand up among American learners of foreign languages. In some Asian groups, we have some studies of learners in Korea and Taiwan. The number is closer to around 40%. In some, I just now classify Turkey as where it is in the world. So I'll just say in Turkish, we have found slightly lower levels of anxiety, closer to 28-30%. But in every case, we're talking about a minority of learners, albeit a large enough minority that I believe that we as language instructors should be worried about that. Okay. When I started looking at foreign language anxiety, I was working with Julianne, who works at Hometown Learning Center. There's kind of a study skills center in Chester work for me to speak. And she and I became interested in the issue of foreign language anxiety because as somebody who worked with students who were having difficulty at UC, she saw a number of people come over to her center who were severely anxious about their language. So when we started looking at foreign language anxiety, what we thought we were looking for was a much smaller number of people, smaller than a third, much smaller. People who were severely anxious, even phobic about their language classes.
Thank you, Julianne. Thank you very much. So we had the pleasure to see and hear Professor Horwitz, and I would like to say that she didn't just create a scale, she opened a space for compassion in the language classroom. She also cared deeply for those that society wasn't always kind to, and her work allowed her to travel the globe and look for those who were persecuted or threatened by political or governmental circumstances. On behalf of language learners, educators, and researchers around the world, we thank you, Professor Horwitz, for helping us hear the anxious voices and respond with care. So this event, this first event, is dedicated to her, who is still so important to our research. Now we're going to start the presentations, okay? So each one of us will introduce ourselves. We're going to start with Jasrael.
Hello. Let me see if I can present. Let's see. Okay. Okay, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
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 Great, it's working. So my name is Jasrael. I'm a student at the University of Bristol, and I recently just finished my PhD. And I'm here to present part of my PhD research, which looks at the impact of nonverbal behavior on international students' anxiety and their oral fluency in English. So as you all know about foreign language anxiety, it's a sense of worry, nervousness, and apprehension when someone is required to communicate in a foreign language. Research has shown this to be associated with lower levels of performance. This is including like grades and exam scores and things like that. But foreign language anxiety can also impact speech. So it can lead to increases of time-giving mechanisms in oral fluency. So things like pausing or like repeating phrases. A lot of the research in foreign language anxiety is focused on anxiety within the language classroom, but I was interested in foreign language anxiety outside of the classroom. So once students have learned English and then they go abroad to actually use English, how is foreign language anxiety impacting them there? So for international students in the UK, they have to take the IELTS exam before they are able to enter, and they have to get a certain score. But research shows that this score does not always indicate the actual communication that they use in the context of the university. So international students often report feeling high levels of anxiety when they have to communicate in class, when they have to talk to other students or participate in classroom activities and things like that. So I was interested specifically in how does foreign language anxiety impact these international students when they have to communicate while being in the UK. And research does show that anxiety can impact fluency. So the way that impacts the way that somebody speaks is by utterance fluency. So looking at either breakdown or repair fluency. So there are these two types of measurable fluency measures, I suppose. So breakdown fluency are delays in speech. So these could be silent pauses or filled pauses. And the example here is, I need to go to the shop. So the is like the delay. And then there's also repair fluency. So this can be repeating words or phrases or correcting oneself when they realize they said the wrong vocabulary or something like that. So the example here is, I need to go to the shop. So here you see both. They have like the repetition and the self-correction. But when somebody is communicating or speaking in English, they're not just speaking to themselves. There's obviously somebody who is there listening to what they're trying to say. And that person can impact how they're feeling and impact the entire communication as well. And this can depend on who the listener is and what they are doing while the person is speaking. So again, I was interested in what is happening when these international students have to speak, and that includes these aspects of the environment. So when these students are speaking, research has shown they are particularly anxious when they have to speak to native speakers as opposed to other learners, when it's strangers as opposed to friends or peers or classmates, and then in larger groups compared to a single or two people. And then what the listener is doing can also influence their anxiety and their conversation. So behaviors like smiling and nodding can show the speaker that they agree with what they're saying or that they understand what they're saying and allow them to feel more comfortable, so a bit less anxious. While any fidgeting behavior or distraction or any lack of reaction can make the speakers feel a bit more anxious because they don't really know what the listener is thinking or whether they're truly understanding. So in my study, I had two aims here that I'll talk about. So one of them was, how does listener nonverbal behavior affect international students' anxiety while they're participating in an online speaking task? And then how does that behavior affect their utterance fluency while partaking in the task? So my study was experimental, but also kind of mixed methods. I had 144 international students participate in my study. The majority were female, although there were 32 male students as well. There's quite a range across the different academic levels. So 25 undergraduate, 88 master's students, and 31 PhD students. There was a wide variety of nationalities and language backgrounds. So it kind of covers multiple continents, multiple countries. Most of them had been living in the UK for less than 2 years. So one requirement was that it had to be their first time going abroad to study in an English-speaking country. So these were people that were in their beginning couple years of their degree. Most of the participants, or half of the participants, about 65%, reported using English at least 50% of the time each day compared to their native language. So they were using both pretty much every day. The methods that I used, so these are the things that I used for my experiment. I started with questionnaires. So there was a demographic questionnaire that just asked about their language background. So things like the age with which they started learning English, about how much English they use per day, and things like that. They also took the foreign language classroom anxiety questionnaire, which was slightly adapted to relate to the international student context rather than the foreign language classroom. I had a state trait inventory for anxiety, which I focused on the state anxiety because I wanted to know how they were feeling in the moment of the speaking task. And then also I assessed their foreign language self-efficacy. The speaking task that they participated in was on Zoom. So they were asked to answer a single question. and they were allocated to one of 3 different experimental conditions. And then I also used the ideodynamic method after that, which I'll explain a bit more in detail later. But the participants were able to review that video of themselves partaking in the speaking task and rate how anxious they were feeling throughout. And then they also had a follow-up interview where I asked a bit more detail about their experience. So these are the 3 experimental conditions. So each participant had to answer the question, what advice would you give an international student planning to settle into life at the University of Bristol? Just something that didn't require any kind of background knowledge that anyone from any department could kind of talk about. And the experimental conditions differed in terms of behavior feedback. So in the positive condition, there were 4 listeners there who were all introduced as British native speakers. And in the positive condition, they were nodding, they were smiling and looking really interested and encouraging during the video. In the neutral feedback condition, they were nodding and paying attention, but they didn't really show any emotion on their face that would indicate being really encouraging or being distracted. Whereas in the negative condition, they were a bit sleepy, they were a bit distracted, a bit tired. And so those were the 3 different conditions that they were allocated to. But with this experiment, the listeners were not actually present in the Zoom call. So these were actually pre-recorded videos. So when the participant went to the computer to enter the Zoom call, I, as the experimenter, went to a separate part of the lab, and I was able to upload these videos into Zoom, and they would pop up at different times to look like they were kind of randomly coming in. And I had to follow a script where I would introduce the speaking task and I would introduce each one of these listeners, and in time with what I was saying, they would also kind of wave at the speaker to kind of make it seem realistic. And so, yeah, the participants were given about 3 minutes to finish their advice, and then we would end. And then after that, I used this software, the ideodynamic method. So I was able to upload that video of them partaking in the task on Zoom. So it would show them as well as the 4 listeners there. So when they press play, the video of them doing the speaking task would start playing, and they could use these arrows here to continuously rate how anxious they felt throughout the speaking task. So they would go from 0 to 5 and press it as many times as they felt that they wanted to. And there was also this little face here that's a marker button where I asked the participants to press that if there was any particular events or things that happened that they felt significantly impacted them. And then that would give you this output where you would get an Excel sheet where there was a number for every single second of the speaking task. And then it would also show you this graph where you could see the fluctuations in anxiety and any markers that where they thought, oh, something happened here that really impacted me. And the averages here were used as the measure of anxiety for the speaking task. Okay. So before I analyze differences between the conditions, I wanted to make sure that the participants in any of the conditions didn't differ on their kind of background information. So I did use ANOVA to check whether those in the experimental conditions differed in terms of age, their age of acquisition of English, the percentage of English they use per day, the length that they had lived in the UK, and the self-rated proficiency. And the 3 groups did not differ based on that. They also didn't differ in their overall foreign language anxiety, their state anxiety, or self-efficacy. So after comparing the 3 groups, I did an ANOVA looking at the differences in the average anxiety between those 3 experimental conditions. And there were significant differences between those who had the positive condition and those who had the negative condition. So those who received negative nonverbal feedback during the speaking task reported feeling more anxious than those in the positive condition. But the neutral condition was not significantly different from either of those. On the other hand, in terms of oral fluency, those who were in the negative condition had significantly more disfluent speech than both the positive and the neutral conditions. So getting that negative nonverbal feedback not only impacted the students' anxiety, but it also impacted the way that they were able to speak. And so I followed up with this on with the ideodynamic method, with the interviews, because I wanted to know a bit more detail about what is happening and why the nonverbal behavior is impacting them. So what I did was I gave the participants a chance to just explain using that graph as a base from start to finish what their experiences was with the anxiety and the reasons for each of the increases and decreases. And if there was a point during that kind of graph where the participants skipped or either they forgot something, I would use these prompts to follow up and make sure I got all of the little details and the changes. So because I had so many participants, 144 who were in this study, I didn't look at them as in terms of individual data, but I collated the interviews together and did a thematic analysis. And it resulted in these 3 different themes. So the first theme was looking at pre-existing assumptions as a barrier to communication. So the participants would often talk about their expectations or their assumptions about their own capabilities or assumptions about what they thought the listener would do or think. And that kind of set the stage with how they felt when they began the speaking task and how that impacted them throughout. They also talked about the nonverbal reactions of the listeners in terms of triggering some kind of emotion or motivation when they saw what they were doing. They talked about having confidence or it impacting their anxiety or motivation. And 3, they also interpreted nonverbal behavior as assessing their language competence. So it not only made them feel something, but they attributed meaning to that nonverbal behavior, and that was often related to their English. So some examples here. So the first one, pre-existing assumptions as a barrier to communication. So this is the participants having assumptions or expectations about either themselves or the listeners. The first one here, the example on the top left, is about their expectations of the native speakers. So this person says that because you are their native speakers, they can understand what you're talking about, even though your grammar or your vocabulary is wrong. So this person here felt that because the native speakers are experts, even if they make a mistake, they're going to understand them. So there will be no issues there. But on the other hand, there were other participants who felt kind of the opposite. So on the right, you'll see that this person says that because it's not their first language, and especially if the other person on the end is a native speaker, they feel that sense of anxiety because what if they're judging my English? What if they're judging my accent? What if I use the wrong word? So there were these kind of 2 opposing views, whereas the ones who saw the native speakers as they're experts so they understand me, ended up having less anxiety when they were speaking, but the ones who thought that these are native speakers, they're experts and they're going to judge me, tended to have more anxiety throughout the conversation. But there were also participants who had assumptions about what they were able to do in terms of their English. So this person on the bottom, they thought that these are real people who want to know about my advice in Bristol, and I want to tell as much as possible, but my English limit does not help give me much allowance to speak as much as possible. So they felt that the English was so limited that they couldn't be helpful or contribute as much as they wanted to. And then the next one, going on to nonverbal reactions as emotional or motivational triggers. So this is when the participants they saw a kind of behavior or nonverbal reaction from the listener, and that just kind of made them, I guess, feel something immediately. So the person on the top is talking about nodding behavior. So this person says that they felt it was a bit putting pressure on them because it felt that if they stopped, it would be wrong. So because when someone's nodding, they're implying that you should go on. So typically, and also in the research, the results show that nodding behavior is kind of encouraging and it's a positive thing. But there were some participants in my study who felt that it put pressure on them when people were continuously nodding because they felt that I've already said what I wanted to say. I don't have anything else to say, but they're nodding and they want me to keep going, but I don't know what to say. And so it kind of made them more anxious, which was quite interesting. But on the other hand, if you see at the bottom left, this person saw it the other way. So they thought that the nodding behavior filled them with more confidence. They were more secure because they or the listeners understood their ideas and they felt that they were doing well and they have to continue even if they make mistakes. So there were also opposing ideas or opposing interpretations of the behavior depending on the participants. And then the other side is kind of similar. So they watch you and you know they're listening and you know they're friendly. So if they're friendly, it's okay if I pause and think or I don't speak really good. If they're friendly, I'll feel better. So it's not only that for some people, the nodding behavior means they understand. It also means they're friendly or they're kind people. So there were these different kind of views based on that. And then in terms of interpreting it as language competence, so at the top right, this person says that when talking, they like to observe the people's reactions. And when they act like they're confused about their words, which I think they should be able to understand, it makes them panic. So any kind of behavior or a facial expression that they're making that looks confused is interpreted as something is wrong with my English. They're not understanding me correctly. Similarly, on the top right, this person says when they're understanding, they nod their head and it kind of feels like they're friendly. But when they don't do that, it doesn't mean they're not friendly. It's just they perceive it as they're not liking my English. Something's wrong with my English. So that makes them feel like they're doing it wrong, which is also quite interesting because nodding behavior is seen as a positive thing and it's attributed as a positive aspect of the listener. But any negative nonverbal behavior that the listener is doing is the fault of the speaker, which is quite interesting. So if the listener is happy, smiling and nodding, they're a friendly person. If they're not, their English is wrong. At the bottom is kind of a different perspective looking at nodding behavior. So when this person was talking, they got more and more nervous trying to think about what to say. But when they started talking, they saw one person nodding their head, which made them more calm. And it made them understand what they were saying was making sense. So this person was on their own, kind of in their head, thinking, oh, what do I say? How do I say this? But when they saw somebody in the audience nodding at them, they felt, okay, they're understanding what I'm saying. I don't have to be so anxious. So these nonverbal behaviors kind of told them how they were doing in terms of their English. So looking at my 3 themes, I saw it as kind of a cycle. So whatever kind of assumptions that the participants had before the speaking task about themselves or about the speaker kind of determined the way that they would interpret the nonverbal behavior. So if they assumed the people in the audience would judge them, they were more likely to kind of interpret the nonverbal behavior as being negative or like judging their English more, because that's what they expected. And then throughout the conversation, when they see some kind of nonverbal behavior, it makes them feel something. And then that means something about their English competence. And then they adjust their language based on that until the person or the people in the audience make another kind of nonverbal reaction. And then they feel something about that. And then they change their ideas about their competence and on and on and on, if that makes sense. So ultimately, the findings of my study show that negative feedback can be powerful and lead to both higher subjective anxiety and disfluencies amongst international students. And I think this is particularly important because these were completely randomized control. So the nonverbal behavior had actually nothing to do with what they were saying, but it still impacted them and it still made them think things about their own English competence. So negative nonverbal feedback was interpreted as an indication of a lack of English abilities, and it made them worry about or question what they were saying. And combining the qualitative and quantitative together, it seemed as if because they interpreted the nonverbal feedback as an indication of their abilities, it made them stop and pause and think about their English and try to change what they were saying. So that was what was leading to those disfluencies. So positive feedback, it might make some students perceive their interlocutors as friendly and dispel insecurities. So in the anxiety condition, looking at the differences between the reported anxiety, there were no differences between the positive and neutral condition, but positive feedback did make people report them as friendly. But I also think there might not be the differences between those, the positive and neutral conditions, because there were these differing views on what the nodding behavior meant. So if you remember, some participants saw it as giving more pressure and the other participants saw it as, I guess, confirming what they were saying. So nodding behavior can either reduce anxiety or increase pressure. I think these have really strong implications for education. So I think it's important to be aware of body language when you're speaking to international students or people who are not native speakers of the language that you're speaking, both teachers and peers. So if international students are in a class and they have to do some kind of group work or group discussion, the performance might not be due to their actual ability, but just because of the impact that nonverbal behavior can have, particularly, as I said, because these are completely experimental and it was randomized. So even if the nonverbal behavior is not directly related to what they're saying, it can still impact them. But I also think this is a quite positive finding because this shows that to help people who are experiencing anxiety, you don't necessarily need some kind of intervention. So although the positive condition wasn't different than the neutral condition, it was still an indicator of friendliness and it still had lower anxiety than the negative condition. And I think it's just really important to indicate that you're paying attention and understanding what the people are saying. And I think that can also be helpful or show support for international students or language learners. So that's all for me. I hope I'm within the time. I can't see anyone, so I can't see my clock on my phone either, but thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, Jasrael. There was just one question that I think it would be interesting to answer. Just how many participants were there? Just a person wanted to get this information again.
Oh, I had 144 participants. Yeah.
Right. In the chat, yes. Okay, let me see here the chat. We can have the questions at the end, right?
Okay.
Of the presentations, okay? I'm gonna share my screen. I'll try sharing my screen now in order not to have problems with the slides. Can you see it?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Jesus Christ. Let me see here. What about now? Can you see it?
No.
No, okay.
I can help you if you need.
Frank, thank you. I don't know what's going on today that I cannot share my screen here. Okay, I'll just cancel it. Right. Okay. Hi, everyone. Let me turn on my camera. I'm Fernanda Silveira. I'm a professor at the Rio de Janeiro State University, and this is my presentation. And the title is "They Might Think, what is this girl doing here? Reflections about language anxiety among pre-service teachers in Rio de Janeiro." Please go on. So my research context is the Rio de Janeiro State University, this research is going on with undergraduate students, and these students, they are preparing to become teachers of English. So I've been noticing that during our classes in which they are supposed to use the language, the English language, they feel very anxious when they are supposed to present seminars, when they have to speak in class. And I have observing a lot of avoidance behavior and all the components of language anxiety. This research also has a participant who is Maria Eugênia, who is my intern, right? She has a scholarship, and our research goals are to understand what happens when it comes to these undergraduate students' emotions regarding language learning, the use of the language, how they feel about teaching the language, how they feel about using the language in the university, in this at the university context, and mostly promote reflection among these learners. And our theoretical background includes language anxiety and also exploratory practice. Please go on to the next slide. Right, exploratory practice is a field of study in which we don't seek solutions. Our main reason, our main objective is to build understandings about what's going on in class and how people deal with the language. And the exploratory practice has 7 principles. The first one, focus on quality of life as a fundamental issue. We understand quality of life not as financial conditions or comfort. We understand quality of life as what's going on in that specific place, how people are feeling, what issues people bring to the classroom. It's their lives there, right? So our lives are not separated from like the work life and the social life. Everything is the same, everything is together. So we work to understand it. We work to understand these issues, these puzzles that are questions that are important for these people to understand. So it involves everybody as practitioners. The concept of practitioners poses that we don't see a hierarchical position in the classroom. Teachers and learners, everybody is considered practitioners of language teaching and learning. It means that the class is not mine as a teacher. The class is everybody's. Everybody is responsible for managing it, is responsible for being there, right? So we work to bring people together and work cooperatively for mutual development. As a researcher, as researchers, we understand that it's not the research that needs to be developed, but everybody has to develop. So this mutual development has to do with mutual support. So our practitioners, they are participants of research. They do research. This research is done based on the questions they bring, the issues that are important for them, the puzzles that move them. That's why it is a continuous enterprise. It means that we are always in this movement of understanding and of considering life and hearing what these people have to say. That's why it minimizes the burden, because it integrates the work for understanding into pedagogic practice. So it's not the time for understanding. Understanding happens all the time. It's a lens through which we see the classroom, we see our learners, right? And we teach like that. Please go on, Julianne. So we have some important concepts. We have the concept of puzzle that are intriguing questions. We have potentially exploitable pedagogic activities that are activities in which these participants, they at the same time learn the language and reflect about important issues for them. And we also have potentially exploitable reflective activities in which we include the conversations, the exploratory conversation, which means that it's an opportunity to reflect, it's an opportunity to discuss and to build understandings about what is important for this group of learners and teachers. Please go on. So we conducted an activity last year on March 7th. It was a group of learners from the university that at that time they were supposed to write about how they felt as future English teachers. So I got some excerpts from these compositions, and we can notice a lot of anxiety in their speech when they say, I still feel a little bit insecure to talk in class. I don't think that my speaking skills are good enough. So this idea of not being good enough is very strong for them, especially because this university in which I work, we receive many students that haven't had the chance to learn English at a language institute. Here in Brazil, we have some language institutes in which people pay for having classes, for having English classes. So they learn English, or they learn Spanish or French, other languages. So many of our undergraduate students, they haven't had the chance to attend these classes. So the English they bring to college is the English they learned at school. But our educational system is very unfair, because they don't have many English classes per week. They just have around 100 minutes per week. So many people don't learn English at schools as they should, because of many situations, many aspects, including the amount of time they have in class. So, and another important issue is that we don't have much exposure to English here, because when we walk around, we walk around the streets and so on, we don't listen to English. We don't use English on the streets, for example. So our students, they don't have many opportunities to use the language unless they travel, or unless they play video games, or unless they have some contact with people from different nationalities. In the other excerpt we have, I feel very anxious speaking in front of my class. I'm afraid to do something wrong. Besides, university is helping me because it pushes me to practice more and face my fears. So they feel a lot of fear, because they feel this pressure to teach a language they're not secure. They don't feel, they don't feel skilled to use. Another person said, I like to speak in English even with the anxiety of talking public. The other said, I'm a little afraid don't know enough to teach. At university, I don't talk too much in English, although I know how important it is. So they know the importance, they know about the importance of using the language at the university, which is for many of them the only context in which they can use the language. But at the same time, they face a lot of anxiety because of this exposure, and because of the fear of negative evaluation from their peers, from professors, right? Go on, Julianne, please. Right. On March 21st last year, they were dealing with adjectives. So I asked them to choose nouns and adjectives. So I asked them to choose a word that could represent how they feel at the university. And we see some of these words here: anxiety, uncomfortable, shy, difficult, uneasy, perfection, insecure, challenge, nervous, kind of difficult. So looking at these words, we can see how they suffer and how anxiety strikes when they are dealing with the language in class, or when they are at school, for example, during their internships. Please, Julianne, go on. Right. After that, after they shared the word, we had an exploratory conversation in which they could express how they felt, and they could talk a little bit about the word they chose. So just some examples. We have, I'm very anxious, or someone said, I don't like to speak even in Portuguese. In English, it's worse. My heart starts beating, and I start thinking what I am going to say, how I'm going to say it. So they feel really, really anxious. Another person said, I just have the feeling that everybody knows more than me. So it's something very recurrent. They always feel that the others know more, that they are inferior. This feeling of inferiority is very present. And this idea of perfection, especially because of this belief that they should speak like a native speaker. And the other person said, speaking in front of others, not only in English, but in Portuguese. So many of them are very shy. So shyness is a very important aspect. Although they are going to be teachers, some of them, they are they're very shy, and it's something they have to, to manage. And the other person said, I feel uncomfortable speaking around people. Yeah, so we can feel this atmosphere of anxiety. Go on, Julianne, please. And we go on with other examples, right? Discomfort, forgetting words. So we see how anxiety influences their working memory. So we see many components of language anxiety: the fear of negative evaluation, the communicative apprehension, physical symptoms like heart beating, or lots of people feel headaches, or they feel stomach aches because of that. Please, Julianne, go on. Right. Then we decided to start a support group for these learners, in which they can share their emotions. We can talk about how our weeks were. We usually have meetings every month, sometimes twice a month, depending on their availabilities, right? And in these meetings, they have the chance to practice the language, and also hear others who also suffer or from anxiety, and share their fears and their happinesses also, right? Because there are happy moments. We don't have only anxious moments. People laugh, and we feel fun. Everybody loves English. That's why they decided to become teachers of English. So we see some words like embarrassed, wrong, something wrong, judgmental, but they think that Brazilians are the most judgmental, right? Because they are among their peers who are also going to become teachers of English. So it's a big source of anxiety for them. Please go on. I'm rushing because of time. Right. In another session, they were supposed to create puzzles. Puzzles are questions beginning with why, since we intend to build understandings. So we have some puzzles here. Why do I have to rehearse what I'm going to say in English? Why do I think about everything I intend to say, and when I'm going to say it, I forget everything? Why do people think they should speak like an American? Why do I think my pronunciation isn't good enough? Why do I think I don't know English enough? Why do I think people will judge me by the way I speak English? Why do developing teachers of English suffer when they have to speak English at the university? This last one was my puzzle. Go on, please, Julianne. On June 8th, during the session, during our exploratory conversation, I asked them to share an image that represented how they felt regarding the use of the language. So here we have some images. We have a person at the edge of a cliff. We have a sentence like, "Don't panic." We have someone covering his face. "I hate how I look." We have the girl lying on the floor. We have SpongeBob, and we have someone covering part of the face. And in this session, they had the chance to explain their images and share their emotions behind these images. Please, Julianne, go on. In another exploratory conversation, we discussed Sarah Ahmed's text about sticky objects, and each of us shared a sticky object and described why this object brought us some comfort, some joy. Okay, so it was a very interesting time. Go on, please. In November, we had a session in which I showed this image of an amusement park inspired by Kulu et al. Book, The Roller Coaster of Emotions, and they were supposed to compare their emotions to these attractions, right, in the park. And go on, please. I brought some excerpts. One participant whose fictional name is Monica she said, "There is two sides, the roller coaster itself, because once you're high and when then you're down, so there's those emotions between high and down in the roller coaster. But for me, with the bumper cars, it's kind of like, you know how to drive the bumper cars, but you crash sometimes. And sometimes I feel this anguish because I know how to speak, but I crash. So I make mistakes and errors with the English language, even knowing what I know. I understand, like Lila said yesterday, that she knows, but when she's speaking, it's kind of, you really need to, as she said, to be accepted again. So we see this, how emotions fluctuate, how emotions oscillate, and we see these ups and downs, right? And we see this need to be accepted, especially because they want to be accepted by their peers, by professors, by the academic community, by the English language speaker community. So they feel this necessity to be accepted by many different communities. Please, Julianne, go on. And Lila, she said, "I also see the competition. I think my car is stopped because I feel so, she repeats so many times, nervous. I can't even move sometimes." So this idea of being frozen, right? So we see this aspect that also relates to fear in relation to how she feels in class and when she's dealing with the language. Please go on. So what's coming next? So we are, this is an ongoing research. So we keep on having exploratory conversations. We keep on focusing on beliefs, identities. We keep on reflecting about our puzzles, about our emotions. We also focus on well-being and the development of emotional literacy. Please go on. And my references, some of the references, and thank you very much. This is the Instagram of our group here. I hope I didn't pass so much. Thank you. Now we're gonna have very important presentations from our master's and doctorate students, beginning with Andrea. Okay, Andrea, introduce yourself, please. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I will introduce myself in a second. Will I share my screen? Thank you for your presentations. They were awesome. Okay.
Thank you very much, dear.
Share. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, perfectly.
Is it? So I am moving the slides. Can you see this? Yeah, okay. I will start then. I know I only have 10 minutes, so I will try to be as quick as possible. I am presenting my study called The Role of Emotions and Social Networks in Shaping Language Development Abroad. So 2 things I would like to clarify. The first is that I am going to only focus on the emotions part because of the nature of the seminar. And yeah, and this is only the design of my study because it's the beginning of my dissertation and I am just in the data collection stage, but very open to receive suggestions, recommendations, and questions. Okay, let me begin with a bit about the motivation of my study. The context of my study is study abroad. I basically chose this context because of the fact that over the last 30 years, the interest on this context and its benefit has increased among researchers in second language studies. We can see this in the number of books and also journals, research journals that are specific to this context. And something that we have learned with the research in the area is that immersion alone does not guarantee language learning and that other factors may play a role, both contextual factors such as social networks and also program features and individual factors as well, such as identity and emotions. Among emotions, as we know, the most studied emotion is anxiety, defined as a feeling of tension and apprehension, specifically associated with second language context. And it is believed to be an emotion, trait, or state that hinders the acquisition of languages. In study abroad research, we know that anxiety is not stable over time and that the beginning of the experience is especially charged with emotions. But anxiety levels tend to decrease over the duration of study abroad. An emotion that is very close to anxiety, yet is not the same, is that of linguistic insecurity, which is the second variable of my study. Linguistic insecurity is an emotion related to feelings of inadequacy in the target language, and it has to do with the distance between a learner's language abilities and the language that is perceived as standard by the speakers of the language. As I said before, linguistic insecurity is not the same as anxiety. As Fernanda was mentioning before, anxiety is related to specific somatic responses, such as increased heart rate, sweating, nausea, trembling, among others. But linguistic insecurity has not been linked to specific somatic markers yet. Some of the findings in relation to linguistic insecurity is that in study abroad, there seems to be a shift from insecurity to confidence, suggesting a link between linguistic insecurity and time. And also in research on heritage speakers of Spanish, there have been some findings pointing towards a link between proficiency and linguistic insecurity, with more proficient learners not showing signs of linguistic insecurity. But when we talk about study abroad, it is very important, well, when we talk about everything, but in this context, it is very important to talk about the generation that is currently engaged in study abroad programs, which are known as Gen Z students. These are students in the process of identity construction and negotiations between self and context. This generation is, what makes this generation particularly different to prior generations is that it seems to be a generation marked by anxiety and depression, with higher levels of anxiety than any other generation before. But also Gen Zers, Gen Zers seem to be more psychological, resourceful, and more inclined to experience enjoyment and a wider range of emotional regulation strategies. For this reason, it looks like it's also crucial to also observe the positive side of the study abroad experience. With the arrival of positive psychology, there seems to be a new perspective, which is linked to a reaction against the focus on problems in second language acquisition, because positive emotions can counter and overcome the effect of negative emotions on foreign language learning and use, such as anxiety and insecurity. Enjoyment is defined as a positive emotion experienced by foreign language learners when their psychological needs are met in the foreign language classroom. It is not the same as pleasure, basically because enjoyment entails challenge, a perceived ability, and it reflects the human drive for success in the face of difficult tasks. Pleasure, on the other hand, is simply an agreeable feeling. Enjoyment has been associated with lower foreign language anxiety, greater willingness to communicate in the target language, higher academic achievement in the foreign language classroom, and higher self-perceived competence in the target language. So I'm going to move to the design of my study. My dissertation will be guided by 4 questions. The first question is, what emotions arise in students' lived experiences while participating in study abroad programs through reflective journaling? The second research question is, how do levels of anxiety, enjoyment, and linguistic insecurity change over time in study abroad, and how do they interact? The third research question is, what patterns characterize students' networks during study abroad programs? And finally, I don't know if I will be able to answer this question, and I'm going to discuss why in a minute, but my fourth research question is, how do emotional experiences and social networks relate to students' oral language development during study abroad? So it's basically looking at everything together from an interactive, from an interactive approach. And this is an issue. Right now, I only have 27 participants from US universities who are studying in Spanish-speaking countries. They are enrolled in short-term language study abroad programs. So these are summer programs. And I am also working with people with a variety of proficiency levels, from native speakers, bilinguals, to learners with low or minimal Spanish ability. My instruments, I am using the foreign language classroom anxiety scale, which was adapted to make it suitable to the study abroad context, which is different. I am also using the short foreign language enjoyment scale and the diverse linguistic insecurity scale. I am also asking them to record journals every 2 weeks, oral reflexive journals, which are, they have a prompt, but they are open-ended journals. And they complete the social networks abroad questionnaire, and to measure development, they also complete the Spanish elicited imitation task. Oopsie. This is the timeline. As you can see here, they complete all the instruments except for the social networks abroad questionnaire upon arrival, basically because they don't have any networks yet when they arrive when they start the program. But 1 week into the program, they complete that instrument. Then midway through the program, they complete all the instruments except for the social networks abroad questionnaire, which they complete again at the end of the program together with all the other instruments. So it's basically 3 time points. And as for the analysis, and I will conclude with this, this is a work in progress. As I said before, I am in the data collection stage right now, and it is difficult to define the analysis at this point because the data for me is still unknown in terms of the nature. I don't know how the data will be distributed, and I don't know what the total number of participants will be. Study abroad programs are still, some study abroad programs have not started yet, so I may have more participants, but I have some ideas. For the journals, I am thinking of using a bottom-up approach to conduct a thematic analysis to see what emotions emerge from the data, to explore the levels of emotions through time. I am thinking of conducting a repeated measures ANOVA, maybe a MANOVA, depending on the data. For social networks, I want to use cluster analysis because I saw it's something that has been used, and I think it could be interesting to apply it. And yeah, for the last question, maybe I will use a correlation regression analysis, but I'm not sure yet. So this is what I have right now. Stay tuned to learn more about the project. The QR code is for my LinkedIn in case you want to connect through that network. Thank you.
Thank you, Andi. Thank you very much. Later
Thank
on,
you.
we have time for some comments. Please, Julianne.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me share. Can you see it? So this is part of my master's degree study that we always wanted to fly high, right? I believe it's about success and the relationship with anxiety, learning and using English language. I am a student and master's in the State University, Janeiro State University. My master supervisor is Fernanda. So first of all, my research motivations. First, as a learner, my experience as a learner and user of English language. I have always suffered from anxiety when studying and using English language. So I study what I suffer. And after, when I thought that I was alone, that it was just myself. And after, when I became an English teacher, I discovered that many students suffered as me. And I started thinking what I could do to understand or to try to help them to change the situation. And then I had the opportunity to start my master's, and I proposed the reflection on our emotions with the intention of taking ownership of what we feel and believe. So my objectives: to identify the beliefs about success and that learners bring to their learning process, to know the participants' emotions generated during exploratory conversations, to analyze how beliefs about success contribute to the development of FLA, and to provide an opportunity for reflective exercise on the part of learners. So, theoretical background, FLA, as had already been mentioned before, beliefs, identity construction, success, and exploratory practice, as Fernanda had already presented. So it's a qualitative research. It's an ethnographic character. It's a case study. In the research context, it is the study happened with students from an English school in Rio de Janeiro, a city in Rio de Janeiro that's called Maricá in Brazil. This English school offers online and in-person classes. I had chosen only adult learners, students. And the first phase, I am already talking about the participants. I had asked them to answer the FLCAS, the scale that Horwitz et al. Developed. 108 students answered it, and I had 108 adult students in the school, and only 49 answered it. In these 49 students, I had analyzed the answers qualitatively, and I've chosen 10 students. From these 10 students, only 6 students continue participating to the next phase of the study. The next phase was built of 8 exploratory meetings. These exploratory meetings, we had themes. We had talked about anxiety, success, our beliefs, and they had developed puzzles, starting with why, that we had already discussed about what we think success in English speaking and English learning is, what beliefs we bring to our journey, and other ones. These meetings were recorded, and after the audio was transcribed, and in these transcriptions, I had looked for emotional words, metaphors, modality, and other things that appeared, bringing identity construction, emotions, and beliefs, and sexes already. Sorry. So my research questions: why do participating learners feel FLA? What beliefs and emotions emerged during the exploratory conversations? And how did beliefs about success influence or not the development of these participants' FLA? So I had 7 participants, because I was a participant too, and I brought one participant's excerpt, that is Iron Man, is a fictional name, of course. The first excerpt is about family belief, the second one, FLA episode, the third one, living with FLA, and the fourth one about pressure. So, family belief, excerpt 1. My father always told us that everything we wanted to achieve would be through education. If we didn't have knowledge, we wouldn't be able to fly high. So my sister and I always wanted to fly high, right? So I've been trying, even in English course, I'm doing it to be able to improve my professional and personal side as well, because I've tried to take an English course several times, but I couldn't because I get too nervous when speaking. So here I had some highlights. The first one, it's a central belief that was built in his familiar context, that you only have success if you study, if you have education. So it's the only path, the only way that they know as a family. After, we have the idea of success when he mentions twice fly high. I understand here that fly high, when you fly high, you depend on your wings, and maybe one of his wings is English speaking, mainly English speaking, because he's going to focus on speaking skill. So mainly he doesn't have the special wing, this special instrument to fly high that he really needs. FLA, he says here that he had tried several times. That is very typical for students that suffer from FLA, that they start and they stop, start and stop, and it's not continuous. And he says, I couldn't because I got too nervous when speaking, and he focused on the speaking ability. That is the main skill when students talk about FLA. The second one is a FLA episode. I would like to highlight that before this situation here, this episode, Iron Man had already suffered from a really bad experience, a nightmare. He was in a meeting. He was called to a meeting with an international company, and it was asked from him to speak in English, but he said that he couldn't. His boss said that there would be other people from the team to help him, but in the moment it was only him. So he was very, very sad and very, very anxious at that situation. And this excerpt 2, it's a second opportunity that he had with English. He says, the recruiter, the technical leader of the job opportunity, and I entered the room. So it's a job interview. Up until then, they were talking, and I understood perfectly, like I cheated on the presentation. Then I kept talking, and even though I was stuck, I kept talking. I introduced myself, great. Then the technical leader also introducing himself. Up until then, everything was going well. If it had been for the presentation, I would have already gotten the job. When the technical leader started asking me in English, okay, but what are your experiences? What are the tools you use most in your day-to-day work? Does our project use the tools? Up until then, I was understanding, but when I had to answer, I froze again. I froze because I didn't know how to answer. Then I got so nervous that I turned off the entire computer, turned off the circuit breaker at home, turned off everything. I sat in the chair with my hands sweating, very breathless. So I highlight here that he cheated. So he had already a concern about his performance during the job interview. So he had the resource to glue many papers as it was possible to help him during this job interview. But before he noticed that he was suffering already from FLA. So he was stuck, but he kept talking. So he didn't give up. Right? On the other hand, the situation was getting worse. So he froze again, and he repeats it twice. And because he didn't know how to answer. And he had what I call the complex FLA, because there is no register, as I know, about this kind of consequence, this kind of effect. So he was totally out of what we had expected from him. So he turned off everything. He turned off the entire computer. He turned off the secret breaker at home. He turned off everything. I believe here that he wanted to turn himself off, but he couldn't. So because he would like to not suffer anymore. So here we have other two, I know it's here. Other two symptoms, that is the sweet and the breathless. The third one, living with FLA. I need to see how the dynamics are. I need to not turn off the circuit breaker anymore to understand. So like, I need to know how it is. So if I don't go there, if I don't get ejection, I won't get better. So I'm going to go through the stage and others that come, and I'll also be calmer so I can leave this anxiety aside. For me, anxiety gets in the way. It has gotten the way to a certain extent, but I'm trying to make it like this. For example, sometimes there is no way to not have it anymore. You sit on the call to say, oh no, that today I won't have any more anxiety in life, go on. So make sure it's not my enemy. So I noticed here that he has an understanding, he's constructing this understanding that if he needs to suffer, he needs to have the experience to try to get better, to try to overcome it. And he believes that if it happens, he will get calmer and leave the anxiety aside. I notice here that it is a metaphor that he believes before that anxiety is inside him, and now he thinks that the anxiety can come aside him. And when he says, okay, life will go on, and anxiety is not my enemy, he thinks that he's not going to be free from it. So he's going to live with FLA, and he needs to learn how to deal with it, how to handle his symptoms and the things that he feels. The last one is pressure. Now English for me has a pressure, you know. So from the moment there is pressure that you need to pass it, you need to know, you need to understand, and it blocks. So I think it's a bit like that. I think that when you like it, well, for you it's fluid. It goes like dance, you know, like dance. Well, you're going to stumble here and there, but you are going to laugh. You're going to find it funny because you are already going there, and no one is there to hold you accountable. Or you don't see the opportunity passing in front of you, and you don't have that training there, and it's just passing by like it was a movie trailer. Things are just passing by, and you don't know how long it will last, right? Things are happening, they are passing by. I know my ability to, but then comes the pressure, and along with the pressure comes the anxiety, and along with the anxiety comes the biggest setbacks. So I notice here a sequence of the ONTEC modality, because you need this, you need that, you need to know, you need to understand, and all of these needs makes him block. And he brings a simile to make to show another way that he would like to experience the English learning. So he understands it as a pressure, but he would like it would be like a dance, would be fluid, that you have some fun, and there is no one, the society is not asking you anything. I notice here that he faces the L2 self from Dorney. And he thinks that it's like an obligation. And the success, he sees the success, he sees the opportunities as a movie trailer that he could not access, and success is so far from him. So it's like there is a screen and he can touch the opportunities, and he's really worried about the opportunities because he doesn't know how long it's going to last. So my reflexive considerations, although the exploratory practice does not consider as an objective to change to change people or to change the situations, there there had been a change. After exploratory meeting 6, the Ironman was able to participate in an interview in English, and he was approved from a new position at a new company. And we reflect together, as we were 7 participants, that we can understand anxiety not as devastating and controlling, but as a necessary part of who we are in relation to the English language, with our multiple identities, beliefs, emotions, and believing in a possible constant and healthy experience with success. My references are here, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Julianne. Very nice. If you have questions, share your questions in our chat so that we can discuss them later, okay? Now, Burcu, TEKTEN, please, dear.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Can I share my PPT in a second?
Okay.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, we can
you
see.
see it?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So, hello everyone. Again, I'm Burcu. I'm a first-year PhD student at ELTE in Budapest, Hungary. And today I'm going to talk about a pilot study that I want to do. I haven't done it yet, but I would be very happy if you have comments or if you have questions about it later. And as the name suggests, I plan to do an experimental research and experimental study, and the research question is, can motivation, can the ideal auto self help learners lower their pronunciation anxiety? So the contents are quite basic. And as for the introduction, I want to talk about why I chose and why I want to study this topic. It's because I have been teaching English, and like many of you or many of the teachers, I realized that some of our students do not talk at all in the classroom, and their pronunciation goes unnoticed, and they have no chance to improve it, and these go hand in hand. And in the Turkish context, I'm Turkish, although I'm doing my PhD in Hungary. We have obligatory English lessons starting from the primary school, but it's mostly grammar based. However, at universities, we have departments which offer English medium instructions. And of course, to be able to study there, the students who chose these departments need to prove their proficiency via an internationally acknowledged tests such as TOEFL or IELTS, or they can take our own proficiency exams. And if they fail, they need to study English for a year. We call it a prep year and prep classes. So they get ready for their departments, basically. And I want to conduct this study, this intervention or treatment you can call, in such a context. So with university students, 18-year-old university students who are the candidates for the departments with EMI. So the theoretical framework is an integrated one. It's on foreign language pronunciation anxiety, a term coined by Baran Lucas 10 years ago. So it's a situational anxiety, of course, again, driving from foreign language classroom anxiety or foreign language anxiety by Horwitz et al. And it has got 4 constructs, and I think these are self-explanatory. And I want to merge it with the L2 motivational self-system by Dernier. And as you may know already, it consists of 3 items, and the first one is the ideal L2 self. It's basically a vision we have about our future selves, the one that we want to turn into. And in terms of the second language, it is the proficient speaker or writer of that language, our own ideals. And for the O2 L2 self, it's about living up to the standards or the expectations of others, such as parents, teachers, and L2 learning experiences, classroom, we can say, or the other things also. So there are studies that took a look at the relationship between FLPA, foreign language pronunciation anxiety, this is the acronym, the short version, and L2 MSS. So Baran Lucas herself actually investigated them and found a negative correlation between them, as well as a negative correlation between willingness to communicate and FLPA. I myself, in my master's thesis, studied the relationship between FLPA and L2 MSS within the Turkish context, again, the same cohort. And I found a negative relationship again. So, I mean, with the ideal L2 self, I'm really sorry, I didn't mention that, because my focus is on the ideal L2 self. So, I thought that if we can empower our students with their ideal L2 future selves, especially for the pronunciation, they might have less anxiety, and it might also help them build some goals and keep up with the strategies and pronunciation learning. So these are all the studies that I was inspired by. So I plan to have an intervention, but instead of Kralova et al. Here, who use psychosocial training to lower foreign language pronunciation anxiety, I would like to incorporate in the ideal L2 self. And I also would like to use the strategy-based pronunciation teaching by Sardenya. And I'm happy that it is these motivational interventions are still on the agenda, because there's an article which has recently been published here and who. So they tested 3 motivational interventions, but again, in general improvement of English. So they tested the traditional strategies and then vision-based strategies, which has ideal L2 self in it, and the combined version of that. So in my pilot study, the 3 sessions you see is the treatment or the intervention itself. But before that, of course, we need to find some participants who really experience pronunciation anxiety. So I have interviewed the 3 participants so far, and this is the only step that I have covered right now. And the interesting thing is that only one of them expressed pronunciation anxiety. When they first heard about this pilot study, students thought that they could improve their pronunciation, but they disregarded the anxiety part. So that is needed. So this kind of a participant selection is needed, I think. The recordings is about recording their own voices using a diagnostic texts on pronunciation, which might be problematic for them, such as the th sound. And I want them to use this recording as a baseline to compare their pronunciation later on by recording it again at the end of the intervention, so that they can see the difference. I can see the difference. And it also helps the researcher or the teacher to find what kind of difficulties they have, so that she can tailor, or I can tailor the strategies or the teaching. So interview 2 is supposed to be done right after the intervention, and 3 maybe a month later, or maybe even after a longer time, to make it a bit more longitudinal. So here is the syllabus that I prepared, but I haven't applied that yet. So 40 minute 3 sessions might seem too long here. I'm aware of that, but I think that will take a bit shorter in the future when it is really implemented. But here I should say that as for the ideal to self, I chose to follow the program suggested by Hatfield and Durney in their book in 2013. So this is the short program. There are a lot of activities in this book, and you can choose from. But for the pilot study, only 4 of them would be enough, and they also suggested this way. So in the first one, after introducing them the concept of the ideal L2 self, I will just move forward. There is a, why can't I? So this is the first activity. There is a script that the teacher reads to students, and students only listen to it, and they might close their eyes and imagine how they will use L2 in the future. And after that, there are some questions here that we can ask. So about how they felt. And later on, I plan to ask them their goals, and which of them are easy to achieve, which of them are long-term goals, and which of them are not really achievable, because ideal L2 selves can be too far-fetched, and we need to somehow make it a bit more realistic. And actually, L2 cells and feared cells can also be incorporated in here, but for now, maybe only discussing it with the students would be enough. Then is an assignment, assignment 2, creating an ideal L2 pronunciation self can be given. And in the second session, they might present it. I chose it this way because in my MA study, the students have difficulty in presentations. I mean, they are concerned about their pronunciation, especially when they have presentations in front of the classroom, because this is one of the obligations of the program in prep classes. So in the second one, this might take really 40 minutes because raising participants' awareness of their needs based on the recordings they send, or there's also, of course, a great deal of research on that, what kind of sounds Turkish people have difficulty in. So the strategies are the 3 Ps proposed by Dickerson: perception, production, and prediction. Here you see some sample activities that I plan to test also. And by the way, I also want them to be autonomous later on, because as teachers, we cannot, I mean, it's not possible to study pronunciation one-on-one with a student, and it's really not, it's really almost impossible. So students need to self-direct their learning and to be autonomous. So they providing these all sources, these are all for free, would help them to also build their own programs. Here another one, this is called the covert rehearsal model, again proposed by Dickerson. I think we need to teach them strategies like Dr. Sardanya said. Even things that this basic, students may not be aware of this. I mean, finding a private place and then performing a text, I mean, reading it aloud, basically recording it, then listening to it, and then comparing to a model. So here there are, for example, again, YouTube channels which have really short videos. They also have the transcriptions of the text that they are reading. So they can first predict, record their voices, and then compare it to the model, the one on YouTube, and then change their performances, try to match the speaker there, and do this practice again and again until they are fluent. So there is a enhanced version of this model, again suggested by Dr. Sardanya, and covert rehearsal is in action 4, and the first 3 steps are actually the ones that I want to do in my pilot study, but by incorporating ideal alto self in it. And session 3 is about mapping the journey, like creating goals and making students to stick to these goals, and so that they can, even after this treatment or intervention, throughout their lives, as long as they want to improve their pronunciation, they can self-help. And here is, sorry, here is a contract, again suggested by Hatfield and Ernie. I think these things work because I myself somehow tested these things informally. I created a WhatsApp group with my students who really need to improve their pronunciation because they were almost unintelligible. But we, for example, start with 5 people, but in the end, after 2 weeks or after a while, it's just that one student who keeps doing the exercises. So maybe this will help. And that's all. There are no conclusions, and these are my references because it hasn't been realized yet. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. Very interesting research.
Thank you.
Now you're gonna hear Marcelly. Okay, Marcelly. Then we have some time, some short time for questions and comments, okay?
Yes, okay.
I stop.
I'm just
Okay.
share my screen, sorry. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So hello guys, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Marcelly. I am an undergraduate student at Federal University of Viçosa here in Brazil. And this is my ongoing research entitled Nervous to Teach, Exploring Foreign Language Teaching Anxiety Among Pre-Service English Teachers. And my advisor for this research is Professor Ana Maria Ferreira Barcelos.
For this presentation, I'll be following this agenda. After the introduction, I'm going to define teaching anxiety. I'm going to show the methodology and the data analysis, my findings, and my final considerations. So this study aims to investigate foreign language teaching anxiety among pre-service English teachers as part of a final undergraduate research project that is mandatory for most courses in Brazil, and it is important because it contributes to this field by presenting empirical data on the emotional experiences of pre-service teachers. But what is this foreign language teaching anxiety? So I adopted the definition by this author. The quotation is not complete, but according to him, it says that it is a psychological discomfort or apprehension which is unique for pre-service teachers, language teachers, instructors, and practitioners at a real classroom setting. So, in other words, it is an emotional discomfort related to classroom performance expectations. And this study for the methodology, this study is situated in a language and literature undergraduate course, which is known as the Letras course here in Brazil. And in this course, we have subjects as English and literature, English, literature, American literature. We have applied linguistics, methodology. We have English and Portuguese practicum, if that's your major. And within this course, we have this outreach project that is called SELIM. So in Portuguese, it would be Curso de Extensão em Língua Inglesa. And this outreach project is coordinated by English professors of the department. And in this outreach project, the undergraduate majors, they have the opportunity to teach English to the academic public, to other university students, to the city's population, and it is a site of practice for pre-service English teachers. For the participants, I had 6 pre-service teachers who are enrolled in this language and literature undergraduate course. And for the instruments I'm using for my research is a semi-structured questionnaire and individual interviews that are still ongoing. So for the semi-structured questionnaire, I had 3 sections. The first one aimed to discover the participants' profile, so their background, their profiles, their emotional experiences as language learners, and also their emotional experiences as English teachers. And thematic analysis was used to find these recurring patterns in the participants' data. For this presentation, I'm using only the questionnaire data because the interviews are still ongoing, but I am conducting them in Google Meet and they are being recorded and then they will be transcribed, so we can do I can do this analysis as well. So as for the participants' profile, their ages vary from 19 to 23 years old. 5 of them are female, while 1 of them is a male. They are in their 3rd to their 7th semester in the course. And about their language learning, most of them learned through public school, since it's mandatory in Brazil to have a foreign language in public schools, and most of them has English, and independent study as well, which is very common, and that shows the commitment of the participants to their language learning. And for their teaching experiences, 3 participants are having their first teaching experience now in this outreach project, and 3 participants had taught in other contexts before. And they chose the course because they had affinity with the language, or they had affinity with teaching, and because of career changes or market opportunities. And why did they choose SELIM? They mentioned that it is because of this teaching experience. SELIM is a place for that. So you can have this first teaching experience, you have meetings with the supervisors, so it's a safe environment for you to have this first teaching experience.
Of course, they mentioned the importance of the scholarship that the project offers, but also they recognize CELIN as a valuable space since it is a very important project within the department and within the course and also in the city. And for my findings, we could gather two major topics, that is their prior experiences as language learners and their prior experiences as English teachers. As for the first one, we could gather some themes like general emotional landscape, anxiety factors in language learner, the impact of the educational context, general versus specific anxiety, and as for the second one, the sources of teaching anxiety, and I will be talking about each of them in the following slides. So as for their general emotional landscape, the participant Kaju said that she feels anxious about many things in her life, especially in her professional and personal life, while Micaela said that she feels anxious when she does something for the first time. So we can gather from here that anxiety is not always specific to language learning, of course, and that these first-time experiences and general emotion predispositions can shape their learner behavior. As for the anxiety factors in language learner, 3 participants said that it is speaking public or in the target language that causes them to feel anxious as an English learner. And the 2 participants said that it's fear of negative evaluation. So to be evaluated by their teachers, professors, or even by their peers. And the impact of the educational context was also mentioned, as Fernanda said in her presentation, is the English teaching in public schools is sometimes very traditional, right? It's very focused on grammar here in Brazil. And Fernanda said that she had a teacher who was very traditional. So this traditional or this rigid teaching approaches may discourage this learner in their journey as English learners or as teachers as well. And general versus specific anxiety. 2 participants said they don't feel anxious as language learners. So with that, we can gather that the participants, they show diverse emotional experiences. Some of them, they report general anxiety, and others link this anxiety to specific classroom dynamics, like speaking the target language or being evaluated by the teacher, by the professors, and so on. As for their prior experiences as language teachers, some factors that influence their teaching anxiety, one of the biggest was fear, but fear of what? So they mentioned that it is the fear of their students' perceptions and the students' evaluations, right? So how their students view them, how the students evaluate them. And the 3 of them said that is fear of unpredictable questions. So they said that they imagine random scenario related to the classes, like a student asking me something I don't know how to answer. 4 participants also said that they make linguistic errors, like Fernanda said that she makes grammar or vocabulary mistakes that she wouldn't make in other situations. So because of this fear of the students' expectations, they feel anxious, and then they make these mistakes they wouldn't make in other situations in their lives. Some additional factors of anxiety was avoid preparing lesson plans. So, so much that they said they avoid preparing this lesson plan. So is that feeling of avoidance that was already mentioned here, and lack of classroom experience. So 2 participants said that one factor of anxiety is because they don't have this classroom experience. Like Gustavo said, I constantly think about the classes I have to teach. So with what we can gather is that anxiety stems from performance expectations and also a lack of teaching experience, and this reinforces the need for this emotional support and practice time during their undergraduate course. So coming to my final considerations, I believe that addressing pre-service teaching's anxiety is not just about individual well-being, it's about creating a healthier and more supportive learning environment for everyone. As Horwitz said, anxious teachers may pass on their anxiety to their students. And to conclude, I leave this question so we can discuss or maybe reflect upon. What can teacher education programs do to reduce teaching anxiety and promote emotional well-being in future language teachers? So these were my references and my contact information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcelly. Thank you very much. Well, we have some time before the break. Now we open to questions. Since we don't have we have around 27 people here. If you wish, you can ask your questions, open your cameras and microphones, or share your questions in the chat. I would like to ask Jasrael a question. When you refer to assumptions, do you see it connected to beliefs? How do you see this connection between assumptions and beliefs, Jasrael?
I don't really know much about the literature on beliefs, but I can definitely see a connection between their beliefs about their own abilities or their beliefs about, I guess, what a good speaker should be, if that makes sense. So
yeah, because when I saw assumptions, I thought, wow, maybe they are connected to their beliefs.
Yeah, I can definitely see a connection there.
Okay, let's see if we have more questions in the chat. So if you wish, you can make comments or ask questions. Yes, Burcu, please.
Jasrael, maybe you mentioned it before, but how is it different from L1? How is your study different from L1? I mean,
you mean like
people are negatively affected by the reactions of the interlocutor, regardless of the language. So, what do you think of that? Or
yeah, I thought about that. It would be a nice follow-up study to compare native speakers with native speakers and then second language speakers. But I think just because of what the participants mentioned in the qualitative portion is that if you're a native speaker, I think typically you're not wondering, am I making English grammar mistakes? Am I making vocabulary mistakes? So on top of maybe thinking about the other person's perception of you, whether they like you and that sort of social aspect, they are also thinking about language. So while I think that native speakers would be impacted, I think that second language learners have a more it's kind of, I guess, enhanced because they not only have the social aspect they're worried about, but also their own language. And they did kind of immediately interpret nonverbal behavior in terms of their language. And I guess also the way that you speak, it kind of is how you represent who you are. So that is also kind of
yeah, maybe finding the very same participants, but this time in their own native language, comparing these two results. I don't know, that's too much work, but
yeah, that would be very hard because there's 37 different language backgrounds and I would have to find native speakers in all of those 30 something different countries. So, but if I can find another context where I can just do another experiment, that would be really cool.
Yeah, because it was interesting, really.
Thank you.
It was a good one. Thank you.
Burcu, about your research, so interesting, dealing with pronunciation anxiety, and maybe you have mentioned, but how would you talk a little bit more about how these learners how they think they feel about this idea of the native speaker and this idea of an ideal pronunciation. What have you noticed?
Well, I can just talk about these 3 interviews that I have made so far. The good pronunciation to them is in being intelligible rather than being native-like. So the native likeness is more like an asset after you reach certain point of proficiency. Because one of them was quite ambitious, and she was the only one who stated that. And as for, did you ask about the conversation, talking to a native speaker and how they feel?
How they feel about this idea of an ideal pronunciation.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were actually quite, they embraced their own identity as a Turkish speaker of English, because they believe that it is something almost unattainable, and it's also part of the identity. So, but they were not ashamed of that. So the ideal to self is being a proficient speaker, but not necessarily being a speaker who has a native-like accent or so.
Great. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice research.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Andi, I have a curiosity. Katalin, you have a question?
Yes, I do. But you can ask yours first.
No,
I
go
can,
on.
I
Go
can.
on, because
Okay.
Burcu's already talking. Go on.
Okay, so I have questions to, I think, many of you, because some of you who mentioned that the notion or the thought that others know more is a source of anxiety. Like where I'm interested in all of your thoughts, basically, as where you think that comes from and how that could be mitigated. I mean, why is there this consideration that the other person is better than me, and then that being a source of anxiety, which I think many of you mentioned? But where is that? Where does it come from? What do you think? Yeah, I'm not sure. So I think that several of you mentioned it as a source. So I just, yeah,
I did
Marcelly.
mention that I would like to give my insights. Like, as I said, it's very common for here in Brazil that most people learn independently, right? Because we have all the things with our public school system. So when we get to a major, we see many people who've learned in a private English course, or maybe they've learned because they went abroad, and like speaking, maybe because of my experience, this is something that causes anxiety, because we compare ourselves and the situations and the how we've learned, right? And maybe how teachers approach you, how professors approach you with an opportunity, and they don't approach you because of your English. So that can happen sometimes, and I think that's maybe a source, at least in my experience.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wonder how much that is like culture specific, like this competitiveness. I don't know. The others also mentioned it, but okay. So
Katalin, I didn't talk
Yeah.
about sources of anxiety, but I think it is an interesting question, and I am thinking that it might also be related to how just identity is constructed.
Mhm.
I think it might be different from culture to culture for sure, but you build your identity based on what you think of yourself, but also based on what others think of yourself. So it is kind of it kind of makes sense that you also define yourself as a second language user, and with all the emotions that entails based on others.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, this is something I've always heard all my life, all my life. I've been teaching for 32 years, and it's something very, very common to hear. This, I'm not gonna say anything, especially, for example, at these language institutes in which people enroll to learn the language. So we have sometimes some students, they enroll in a beginner level, but they are not beginner, they are called false beginners. So they kind of cause some anxiety on the others because they know more, but they feel insecure about how much they know. So they sometimes they refuse to take placement tests. They say, I want to start from the beginning. I'm a beginner, but they're not beginners. So it's another source of anxiety, and also how because since people learn, as Marcelly said, through many different ways, watching series, videos, and play video games. So lots of people have different levels of English, and when these students are together, there is a lot of comparison. And people say, I'm gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. What about what will the others think of my pronunciation, my English, or what I know? And something else that happens here in Brazil, many students, they kind of start the course, they start college with this belief that they will learn English during the course. And there's no time to learn English during the course because they will get a degree in 4 years. So there's not enough time to learn English there. So many of them give up, or some of them they transfer to another course, but they get very frustrated, isn't it, Marcelly? How is it in Viçosa?
Yeah, so something that's common here, like we get enrolled, and then Portuguese is mandatory. So for example, I do Portuguese and English, and then we have Portuguese, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Portuguese, and literature. So something that's very common here in the department is that people can change. So people go to literature because it's in Portuguese. So that's very common. People changing their majors from Portuguese English to Portuguese Spanish or Portuguese literature.
And I think one of you mentioned that in Brazil, it's 2 times 45 minutes.
Yes.
That you have like per week, like an English lesson. Is that in secondary school or?
Elementary and secondary.
Okay, and yeah, that is very little, right? I mean,
very, very complicated. How is it in Hungary? How much time per week?
Well, it depends, but I think the minimum is 3 or 4 times 45 minutes. Yeah, starting in the 4th grade. So, and then there are extra schools that do more, but 3 or 4 is the minimum.
Yeah. Here in Brazil, the private schools, they have a different dynamics. There are more classes, and they sometimes offer extra classes. But the public schools, most of the public schools face this problem of a very short amount of time during the week, and it adds to not being exposed to the language outside the school. So, and then it amounts to a lot of problems and difficulties to learn the language. Something I was going to ask Andi, I was curious, when you chose your research topic, linguistic insecurity, and this idea of studying abroad and how people feel, you are living abroad, right? You're and how did you feel? Has your topic come from your own experience?
No, this is a question that I started asking myself now. I think that for many people, what I am doing is studying abroad, but the idea that I have of study abroad, just because it's what I am, the population I am working with is people who go abroad to study a language. So for 5 weeks, for a year, and it was not my case. I didn't come here to study a language. I came here to work. But I chose the topic, well, first because I've always been interested in emotions, and I started with anxiety, and I just started with observing anxiety because my mentor has a study abroad program. It was more like more convenient for me to go to that context to collect my data. But then when I gave them journals, and that's when I saw, well, anxiety is just one part of the whole experience, and the students are experiencing different emotions in their trips abroad. And I decided to include these other emotions because those were the ones. So I've been working on this project for a couple of summers now. And yeah, it's kind of naturally emerged from observing the journals mostly.
Very nice. Well, now to follow our program, we're going to have a 15-minute break, okay? For us in Brazil, it's lunch break. For the others, maybe a coffee break, okay? So we return in 15 minutes, right? See you. Okay, let's return. Martiniano, can you hear me? Ah, yes, now I
Hello.
can see you. Hello, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Great. Yeah, would you start sharing?
Yes, give me just one.
Katalin, what time is it in Hungary now?
5:13.
Ah, okay, that's okay. We're not so late. Okay.
No, everything's great.
Yeah, we're always worried about time, and it's okay. It's okay, Martiniano. Very nice. We can see it.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfectly.
Because I cannot see you or the camera. I don't know where it went. Give me just 1 second. Oh, there you are. Can you see my screen?
That's okay.
Okay. All right. I am just trying. I'm working with 2 screens here. So trying to accommodate everything that I have. All right. Okay, so I hope you're not seeing the presenter's screen because I have 2 screens and they're different. So hopefully you're seeing the full.
Yeah, that's the full screen. That's
Okay,
perfect. That's the
perfect.
full
All
screen.
right. So thank you everyone for being here or for like coming back from the break or for like just like joining us today. My name is Martiniano and I'm a dual PhD candidate in second language acquisition and Spanish linguistics at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And my presentation today is titled, "It's Awful for Me to Use English, but it's something that I need to do, and international students' experiences of language anxiety." And so for my presentation, I would like to begin by contextualizing my understanding of emotions, for which I take a definition from the field of educational psychology that defines emotions as episodes with multiple components that result from various occurring, remembered, or imagined stimuli. And I also agree with recent discussions in applied linguistics that have argued that what emotions are and what they mean depends on how they are socially shared and grounded in situ. That is to say that emotions are context contingent, right? And while not uniquely central, the classroom environment is very important for this study. And as we may know, and we have been like discussing, the classroom environment is loaded with emotions that are displayed differently between and within individuals, which also vary moment to moment due to multiple factors. In other words, classrooms are very emotionally complex environments, right? So considering that the environment plays a big role on people's emotional experiences, appraisal theory seems to be a good fit to frame studies on emotions, and this study in particular, since appraisal theory does not only understand that the surrounding environment may provoke certain feelings on individuals, but that it also how individuals react will depend on how differently they appraise the situations within such an environment, right? And I would also add that the role that one is performing within the environment where a person is like, placed also influences those types of appraisals. So in terms of anxiety, which is the emotion that I'm examining in this study and the emotion that we are talking about on this seminar, More contemporary investigations under appraisal theory have adopted a redefined conceptualization of the construct, understanding it as a temporary reaction to stressful events characterized by subjective feelings of tension, apprehension, nervousness, and worry. So when specific to language, anxiety has been described as what results when individuals appraise a relevant situation as threatening due to perceiving that they lack the resources or skills to meet the demands of the environment or their own objectives for that situation. And due to the conversational nature of the study data that I will be discussing, and also my interest in knowing how participants described their own experiences, I draw on positioning theory as the discursive process whereby selves are located in conversations as observably and subjectively coherent participants in jointly produced storylines. So I was very glad to hear that previous discussion that we just had about like the role of identity and its impact on emotions, because in positioning theory, position here is used, understood or used in substitution of the concept of role. And there can be two types of positioning, which I think relates to, I hope, to the discussion that we were having before. One type of positioning is this interactive positioning that has to do with like what one person says will position another person in that interaction. And then we also have reflexive positioning, which refers to how we position ourselves in those contexts. So building on all this, a question that I had was, what happens with emotions when an individual performs more than one role simultaneously, quote unquote, in a similar institutional environment? And in the United States context, that is the case of international teaching assistants, who are graduate students whose first language in most cases is not English, and who also teach undergraduate courses in exchange for professionalization opportunities and financial support. And the audience of those classrooms in which ITAs work also in most cases is composed by so-called native speakers of English. Interestingly, to the best of my knowledge, most studies on language anxiety that have targeted this population have mainly focused on them as instructors, leaving their student selves overlooked. So not much is known about this other side of their institutional experiences, I would say. So basically, the main objective of this study is to sort of like see the whole picture and explore whether ITAs perceive and appraise the academic environment distinctly in their twofold positions, that is, as international students on the one hand and as course instructors on the other, and also the possible varying effects of their experiences of anxiety. So for that, my main research question is, how do ITAs navigate their language use and emotional experiences from their various positions within academia? And I just wanted to clarify that this is only a partial initial qualitative analysis of a bigger data set that I have that comes from a mixed methods study. So data for this presentation particularly comes from semi-structured audio recorded online interviews that I conducted in English during the US summer of 2023. There were a total of 8 participants interviewed, but today I will be focusing on the case of one specific participant whose experiences were distinct to the rest, in that his language anxiety was very apparent throughout like most of his language learning process, and also his current use of the language. And so to examine the data, I used narrative analysis to create coherent stories of my participants' experience as an international teaching assistant. And for that, I adapted Gonzalez 2021 analytical procedure, and I focused particularly on my ITA as the main character of the story, other characters within his story and their influence on his experiences, and also the narrated events themselves. And I would be happy to go more in depth about this data analysis procedure if you're interested or if needed to clarify during the Q&A. So this is the profile of Daniel, my participant, who at the moment in which the interview was conducted was a 33-year-old PhD student in electrical engineering from Colombia. He self-identified as a male whose first language is Spanish, and he had been in the United States for 4 years at the moment in which the interview was conducted. So to begin, I would like to share the story that I created based on the background narrative before Daniel began his doctoral studies, which won't be the particular focus of the presentation, but that I believe sets the context to better understand the rest of the findings. So from his story, we can see that when learning English in Colombia, his classes were mainly based on the grammatical aspect of the language or the vocabulary of English. And he mentions the classes not being exposed to, having to speak in English or use English during class time. But however, he also refers to this instrumental value of English, which he viewed as a tool for social mobility or academic mobility particularly. And in terms of his emotional experiences during his language learning process, Daniel expresses that he struggled a lot during that time in which he was starting to learn English, and remembers that process as an awful path. And I quote that from his comments. And he actually referred back to that sentiment of awfulness various times during the conversation, which you will be able to notice as I continue to show the results, sorry. So these prior experiences with the English language seem to have shaped Daniel's life as a doctoral student in the US. So beginning with his TA position, Daniel's story is emotionally positive, I would say, where self-efficacy is the core of his narrative. And we can see there in the first line that since the very beginning, he says that the previous teaching and academic experiences resulted in feelings of content expertise towards his TA positioning. However, when it comes to language, he becomes more self-conscious of his use of English when teaching. And he explained in line 52, as you can see, that he sometimes felt the students' preferences for interacting with other course instructors or other TAs instead of interacting with him. In lines 57 through 60, he talks about these strong beliefs regarding his mastery of the class content, which led him to feel sort of suspicious regarding his students' perception of his linguistic abilities. And his feelings here seem to be related to a lack of linguistic resources to meet the demands of the environment, or in this case, the demands of his student audience. And not showcased here, but during the interview, Daniel also acknowledged how he had felt more comfortable during one-on-one conversations with students, like office hours, rather than during class time, because as he said, he felt that his conversations with students sort of better develop, and that those experiences made him feel as if he did a good job, right? And this shows how his students, as other characters in his own story, have a strong influence on his emotional experiences. Moving on to his international graduate student position, Daniel had interactions with multiple other characters, including his classmates, professors, who also influenced his experiences in this role as a student. So he recognizes that there was a variety of English accents with his group of peers, and he admits that such heterogeneity causes him problems when engaging in conversations where he has to use English. He explains that he needs to sort of slow down in English. And interestingly, he mentions that this is something that happens to him in any context, as he says. So this shows that it is actually the situation of having to interact in English what he appraises negatively as a sort of a struggle, possibly due to a lack of perceptual linguistic skills to meet his own communicative objectives in English, which is something that he briefly mentions before, as you can see there in line 145, when he talks about his listening abilities. In his story, Daniel explains that not being able to fully follow the conversations in English forces him to have to ask for clarification multiple times, which ends up leading him to feel awful, as he says. As an international student, when it comes to his English, Daniel describes feeling cared for and understood by his professors, as we can see there. And here he implicitly assumes a non-native speaker of English position, which shows a sort of like a deficit-based perspective in which for him, non-native speakers seem to need that extra care or special understanding by their native speaker counterparts. And once again, he appraises his use of English negatively, which makes him feel anxious due to his perception of lacking the necessary linguistic resources to communicate in English. And he actually defines his English as broken or as something that doesn't work the way he wants. However, the fact that he appraises the conversations with his professors as a safe space seemed to sort of like alleviate him, and this seems to enhance like more positive emotions on him, I would say. Daniel also feels particularly comfortable with international professors because of this non-native speaker position that he assigns them with. And he sees non-American professors as rather equal in terms of linguistic experiences or even obstacles. And because of this assumed shared positioning that he has with them, he believes that international faculty may also have struggled with English, right? Which sort of like, again, helps him like overcome his anxiety when using English. So this linguistic and social categorization helps him feel more understood, and it possibly lowers his anxiety, as he believes that international professors would not judge his use of English as much as American professors would do. And finally, as you may have already perceived, and as we were again discussing prior to my presentation before the break, one of the most noticeable social positionings that Daniel assumed throughout his narratives as both teaching assistant and international student was this idea of the non-native speaker, right? So that self-perception may have had like negative consequences in terms of his use of the language, as he doesn't see himself as that sort of like legit speaker of English. And because of that, his use of English makes him experience negative emotions, and he explains that he simply uses the language only because he's pursuing doctoral studies in an English dominant context. So here, once again, he labels his learning and use of English as an awful path that he needs to go through in order to achieve his final goal, which is like the doctoral degree. And while he recognizes that his English language skills have improved over time, over the year, since he's like, you know, started his PhD studies, he emphasizes that there is still a struggle. And that because of that, he firmly states that he doesn't like to speak English, and that he prefers using his mother tongue, Spanish, to communicate. What was very interesting to me was that when he assigns he mentioned that when he assigns sort of like this foreign or not American positioning to other individuals that he interacts with, as you know, in the case of international professors, as I was like mentioning before, those negative emotions towards English seem to decrease, right? So, as a conclusion, through the narrative analysis of Daniel's story, similar to previous research and to like our previous conversations, the present study demonstrates that emotions are context dependent, subjective, and dynamically complex. And while it was found that anxiety was indeed experienced in Daniel's interactions with the students of the classes that he teaches, as observed in the previous literature, that is like the instructor role, this study also examined his student self, and not surprisingly, Daniel also went through negative feelings of anxiety in his role as an international graduate student. So in other words, his anxiety did not only show up during his positioning as an instructor, but also when interacting with his classmates and or like professors in his role as a student. It was also observed that Daniel's positioning of himself and as of others as native speakers or non-native speakers of English had an effect on his language use and emotional experiences. However, something that I wanted to clarify is that the negative emotions that that Daniel felt were not directly provoked by the individuals that he interacted with, but rather how it was like how he appraised the situations based on the roles that he occupied in the academic setting and that others were like, you know, fulfilling in that interaction. What sort of like caused these like negative feelings in him. And additionally, in his case particularly, there was a prevalent presence of ideas and ideologies about language, such as like, you know, the one nation, one language ideology, that American professors would all speak English, and being from like, you know, a different geographical area already assumes this idea that you're a non-native speaker of the language, and because of that, your English abilities should be worse than for Americans, which seemed to have like, you know, negatively impacted him emotionally as well. And it was also found that Daniel's feelings of anxiety decreased as he gained more experience within the US academic context, and his performances in like the various roles in that context. However, it is important to mention that decreasing does not mean disappearing, right? And so because of that, I believe that it might be important for university programs to offer more like pedagogical and linguistic training, as well as like, you know, some programming that addresses international teaching assistants or international students more in general, and their realities as international students, not only focus on like their like, you know, pedagogical or like teaching skills or like their role as instructors, but also to what happens with them as international students more in general. So for example, some things that I believe could be useful is that ITAs could be trained to cognitively reappraise these anxiety-provoking situations. It's a useful strategy to better regulate their emotions. And also that programs could also foster a sort of like growth mindset on ITAs to help them like change their self-belief systems, as Jasrael was like mentioned at the beginning, these assumptions that they have into one system where they can further develop and improve their linguistic and pedagogical abilities. That is like not something fixed that cannot be changed, which I think may have some positive outcomes in help them reduce their language anxiety. So that is all I have for now. Thank you so much, and I will be happy to respond to any questions later after the other presentation. Thank you. Here are my references.
Thank you, Martiniano. Excellent. Congratulations. Now, Katalin.
Yes, hi. Thanks, Martiniano. I'm going to refer a lot to your presentation. I'm going to try and...
That's okay. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, a whole day for it. Very nice.
Okay. I don't know how to share. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Do you see my slide? Like the title slide?
Yes, but
The
it's
approaches.
not full screen yet.
Okay. Is it full screen now?
For me, not yet.
Okay.
No, not for me either.
I made it full screen here.
Yeah, this is what happened to was presenting.
Okay, so
yeah.
Maybe
up over there is something like present or something like that.
If I now?
Maybe Katalin, if you have it full screen first and then you share, I think it's gonna be full screen. Or share your screen, your whole screen.
Just a second. Okay, I don't, sorry, I'm sorry, I don't know.
No, don't have to be sorry. It's like that. You know, we are
Maybe this
online
one.
events are always like that.
Okay,
We are not IT professionals.
well, some of you are, but
No,
okay.
I see how many problems
Is
I
it
have.
full screen
Ah,
now?
full screen now. Perfect.
Okay, all right. Okay, so thank you for this opportunity to talk about some of my hobby horses. And thank you for the talks. They were very inspiring, and I kept thinking that how much I can even connect and relate to these. And you will see that I will. Fernanda asked me to talk about one of the chapters of my book. So I'm not going to present like one particular study, but a chapter of a book that I published last year on foreign language anxiety, and specifically on approaches to investigating the dynamics of language anxiety. So here's the book, and it's chapter 6. But I'm going to add one or two new things in connection with the dynamics. But so I'd like to start by talking a little bit about the theoretical background. In terms of dynamics, the CDST perspective, or the complex dynamic systems theory perspective. In my PhD, I came up with a theoretical model, which I'm happy if any of you could modify, but it, as you will see, it rests heavily on appraisal theory that Martiniano mentioned. And I thought that I could give you like food for thought concerning how to investigate short-term dynamics of language anxiety and long-term dynamics. I will be talking a little bit about the ideodynamic method that Jasrael mentioned, and the latent growth curve method, or the latent growth curve modeling that Julia was talking about. So I'm hoping that it's not too much of an overlap. So, right. Martiniano also mentioned that anxiety is a very complex emotion. All emotions tend to be very complex. And for a number of years now, we have tried to look at them in terms of conglomerates of individual differences. So individual differences that emotions are closely connected to, namely motivation and self-efficacy. I think the self-efficacy and beliefs and assumptions about ourselves and our capabilities, or language learners' thoughts about their own abilities has come up in many presentations. So they are somehow so intertwined. And complex dynamic systems theory allows us to look at this complexity. Context dependency, I can just reiterate what Martiniano mentioned. And the other thing that is important in terms of complex dynamic systems theory is change through time. So complex dynamic systems theory looks at systems with many elements, with relationships that are interconnected and even reciprocal. And these systems, they change through time. Okay, so and this change is normally nonlinear, or it can be nonlinear. CDST has been used as a meta-theory for some time now, since Larson, Freeman, and Cameron introduced this to applied linguistics in 2008. Hyben and Al-Houri have a great book if you're interested in the methodology, and it has its own jargon. So besides this interaction of the elements and nonlinear change, we talk about the dependence on initial conditions, so where the person started from in terms of, let's say, anxiety. What was the initial condition before going into the classroom the first day, right? There's also, there are two more, maybe three more expressions I'd like to mention. One of them is attractor states. So these are pretty stable states that language learners, so in our terms, language learners, in terms of anxiety, they can find themselves in. These are not necessarily positive states, so they are stable in a way that people or individuals or language learners are difficult to move out of these states. Repeller states are states that the system does not take up. So these are not negative states again, so it's not a negative or positive thing, but it just simply doesn't happen. And one more that I don't have on the list are perturbations. These are events that tend to upset the system, upset the state of the system, then the elements reorganize, and they try to settle into a new attractor state. So using this jargon, we can look at anxiety. So this is the oh, I can't. Right. This is the model that I drew up a couple of years ago for my PhD based on appraisal theory. So I kind of thought that there is some sort of initial motivation before, starting to learn a language. The person has some ideas. It is not necessarily directly connected to the experiences in the language classroom. So I don't have a direct arrow there, but in terms of appraisal theory, Lazarus also mentions that there are stressors. And for me, these stressors, I kind of thought of them as conflict points between the learner and the self, so beliefs about the self, learner and the instructor, so what the instructor believes and does and what the learner believes and does. For example, if the learner thinks that the best way to learn a language is through grammar exercises and the instructor only uses listening tasks, and then there's going to be a conflict. Learners and peers, we talked about fear, negative evaluation of fears, even the physical environment. In some of my other studies, that came up as something that kind of induced anxiety in learners. And even the L2 or the foreign language culture. So if we cannot identify with the culture, that can be a conflicting point. So there are these stressors, and Lazarus says that we tend to appraise these as to how threatening they are to the self and what resources we have. And this is very closely tied to self-efficacy, like what resources do we have to cope with these. And then anxiety sets in. At this point, it's state anxiety. And then we use coping strategies. Now, coping strategies, according to Lazarus, can be of two types. They can be directed at the task itself, or they can be directed at the emotion. I kind of alter that into effective and ineffective coping. And effective coping, I've indicated as one alleviating the anxiety and also helping language learning. Ineffective coping would be ineffective in terms of language learning. So although anxiety may be alleviated by not going to class anymore, in terms of language learning, this is not going to be successful. So, and then the next arrow, it just goes to another stressor. It could be a same one, it could be a different one. How much value this is attached to the stress, how much value the learner attaches to the stressor will also depend on how much anxiety they will feel. And then you have the same kind of situation going on, and which will lead to foreign language anxiety as situation-specific anxiety. So this is the vicious circle of anxiety, which I have been criticized of being very negative in this term. So I'm hoping that there's also a virtuous circle as to how to get out of this vicious circle. I'm still thinking about how to theorize that. So this is the dynamics in terms of what I came up with theory. I mentioned Hyver and Al-Houri. They also have a good framework that I would advocate, or I would advise people who would like to, or researchers who would like to use complex dynamic systems theory in their research to rely on. So they and all advocates of CDST research say that the research questions and the aims of such studies will have to be related to change and change through time of certain variable or variables. Preferably a conglomerate of variables. Hyver and Al-Houri also say that in CDST, we can do exploratory or falsificatory studies, and we can do them on the individual or the group level, and both, they can either be qualitative or quantitative. So we can actually explore the dynamics of a group, let's say quantitatively, or explore the dynamics of individuals' feelings of anxiety quantitatively. Okay, so there are different combinations possible. So this is a nice framework. And within this framework, so I'm going to focus more on the quantitative part because I don't know, it's my hobby horse, quantitative approaches. But of course, mixed methods and qualitative approaches are also possible. In Alhuri and Hiver's book, there is this, there are many examples of qualitative research as well. I forgot to set the timer, I'm sorry. So the ideodynamic method that Jasrael also talked about is basically this, that you ask the person to make a video, to do a language learning task, and while recording the person conducting or doing the task. And Nathan Ducker has a new version of the ideodynamic software. First, it was used by McIntyre and Lagato, but I have the link here for the one that Nathan Ducker has at the moment. This is how it looks. Basically, you load the video after the person has, or the language learner has done the task. They get to watch the video, like Jasrael says. You upload the video and you ask the person, the language learner, to indicate their level of anxiety. And here you can set the scale itself. It can be from -5 to +5. It could be from 1 to 100. It depends on you. You also should, in the instructions, tell the language learner or the participant that they should focus on their levels of anxiety. Now, here, what you can also do is not look at one variable, but you can ask them to look at the video twice and indicate first, let's say, their anxiety level, and then second, their self-efficacy level, and map the two data lines on one another. This is completely fictitious, so I just made a graph for you to see that you can actually see from a CDST perspective how the two variables interact. So does one drop as the other one drops? Does the other one grow as the other one drops? So what kind of relationships they have? What's very good with this type of method, you can produce, you have access to dense data, and it's longitudinal data, although it's through a couple minutes, let's say. We used this method a couple of years back with Agnes Albert, one of my colleagues. So this is, it was combined with the TBLT perspective. So apart from this ideodynamic graph, we also looked at the output, the linguistic output of the language learner, and we looked at indicators of lexical complexity, syntactic complexity, and fluency. Okay, so these are the CAF measures of task-based language teaching and learning, and we also did a follow-up interview. So we could see how on a level of actually -5 to +5, this language learner's anxiety level remained above 0, so it was quite high. They had very low trait anxiety. We also asked them to fill in a trait anxiety indicator questionnaire, and we also looked at their output. And we found that in her case, higher anxiety appeared with higher lexical variety measures and also syntactic complexity measures, which was interesting. This is not what we expected. And yeah, she also commented, or they also commented on their level of proficiency, and they say that they don't even acknowledge that they're language majors when somebody asks them that they are not so. So they're so anxious to say that they are English speakers that they even deny that. Okay. Right. So in terms of these short-term dynamics, some new avenues. So I showed you this ideodynamic graph with two variables. What we can do is, and Kajavi and colleagues have done, is look at the correlations and how even correlations change through time. And this is called moving correlations. Verspur and colleagues have a very nice book and good explanation of what moving correlations are and how they can be calculated. Basically, they use time windows and they correlate the indicators of anxiety with other like self-efficacy and see how that changes. And you can see that here, this one with Kajavi and colleagues looked at willingness to communicate and anxiety. At the beginning of a task, it was actually a negative correlation, but at some point it turned into a low but positive correlation. And then it kind of dwindled off, which is interesting. Another type of quantitative analysis that can be done is DSEM. Elahi Shirvan have experimented with this, and recently Elahi Shirvan mentioned this in a plenary talk. So this is dynamic systems, dynamic structural equation modeling, which is basically using autoregression. And it's nice to see that you can also do some, you can analyze the data within a person. So how a person's intrinsic values will increase creativity and how will that affect the creativity at the next point in time. And then you can also do that on the group level. I mentioned Nathan Ducker. He has done some work, not on anxiety anymore, but English medium instruction and listening comprehension. What I found interesting and what I have a picture of here are foot pedals. So he asked people to indicate whether, while listening to an English lecture, whether they understood or did not understand. But I think that this can also be done in terms of anxiety. So you ask people to use a foot pedal instead of, so as they are listening to somebody, to indicate how anxious they are or not. So I found that interesting. Maybe you can try that. Long-term dynamics, I think Julia will talk about this, latent growth curve modeling. We have used in one of our studies with Agnes Albert, latent growth curve modeling. This is said to be a little bit better than using ANOVA for longitudinal data because it does not suppose the error variances to be the same across time. So it allows also to look at inter-individual differences in terms of the means of the intercept and the variance, and also intra-individual differences, how people change through time. This is actually a linear model with loadings of 0, 1, 2, 3. So this indicates a linear change, but it's quite flexible. So you can look at quadratic change, you can look at cubic change, or you can also leave some of these free. But there is still, there are maybe two things. One of them is that measurement invariance has to be checked across time to make sure that especially for our study, we conducted it for 2 years, so 4 time points in 2 years, and during high school. So whether the children or the participants had different perceptions of emotions or anxiety in terms of the construct itself, has that changed or not? So that must be checked. But there's also the ergodicity issue. So I didn't find like a non-linear change across the whole group of 101 learners. So what we did is we looked at cluster analysis, and we made clusters in terms of language anxiety, motivation, and self-efficacy. And with the repeller states, we didn't have as many trajectories as mathematically we could. So obviously there were some states that students did not take up in terms of their change through the 2 years, so the 4 time points in terms of anxiety, motivation, and self-efficacy. The most frequent one was this one, which is kind of good news with well, many, I wouldn't say most, many, I think 25 out of the 101 students had high self-efficacy, high motivation, and low anxiety. So these were the ideal students. There were others. This is kind of like the opposite, high anxiety, lower motivation, lower self-efficacy. You could see that the lines are quite flat, so they're probably in an attractor state. This is an interesting one with self-efficacy being high, but and language anxiety low, as well as motivation being lower. And then we could see more fluctuation concerning 7 students here, where in time 2, that's when COVID hit in. So that's when we collected the data, and we had to go to change to online data collection after that. So you could see a different type of link among these variables. And so basically what I wanted to demonstrate here is that what you mentioned already, that language anxiety does have sort of a dynamic, and we cannot say that people with high anxiety are low in terms of self-efficacy, because we do have people who have higher motivation, higher sense of self-efficacy, and higher levels of language anxiety even. We can also investigate the change or ebb and flow of language anxiety on a macro as well as a micro perspective. And with the ideodynamic method, we have short-term dense data, which is very good in terms of cost effectiveness. For long-term longitudinal studies, we would need, I think, at least 4 waves, but we had a huge problem of attrition. So we started out with 200 students and we ended up with only data for 100, so 50% attrition. Right, so these are my implications that what already came up, that moment-to-moment changes of anxiety appear with people without trait anxiety. There's a huge role that I think self-related cognition plays in terms of appraisal, notable variability, and looking at tipping points and perturbations and preventing learners from entering high anxiety and attracted states would be an important thing to do. Okay, so thank you very much. These are my references, and I'm hoping that I did not go over time.
Thank you, Katalin. Thank you,
I'm
Martiniano.
sorry. Oops.
Oh, great. Have you got any questions regarding these 2 presentations? Wonderful presentations.
Jasrael is, I think, raising her hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to do the clapping thing.
Okay.
I clicked the hand. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, Katalin, I saw that in one of the slides you showed there was a comment from a student that said that she refused, she was ashamed to say that she was a major in English. That I thought it was so related to everything we have been discussing today.
Yeah, that was that the others know more and I don't know enough as the others kind of quotation. Yeah, so some people tend to feel that.
Yeah. Julianne and I, we are getting into complexity theory, right? We are starting to produce. And the other day we were together with Professor Sampson, and he also develops research related to complexity. And he was saying that the terminology is very complicated for many people to understand this idea of attractors and repellers and so on. How do you feel about this terminology? Do you think that applied linguistics should, develop complexity research following this terminology, or, developing our own, words?
Well, to be honest, it's one of my hobby horses, so I'm going to say that I'm used to it by now. when Diane Larson Freeman started talking about it, I found it kind of logical, but we only had theory back then. And right now, I'm happy to see that there are different methods that people are proposing. So, well, I don't know. There are a couple expressions, words that I think to me, they by now make sense, right? So, but I kind of understood that, for example, attractor states, you can also like investigate, maybe even cross-sectionally, see what is typical of a group of learners. But yeah, if you want to see how people change or move out of these attractor states or get into new ones, yeah, I think you should use the terminology, and also and also you need to go out a little bit of applied linguistics, right, to try to do research on what other fields are doing, and you're going to come up against the same terminology. So to some extent, I would say yes, but you don't need to dig very deep and go into the maths. I think that's intimidating.
Yeah, I really advocate interdisciplinarity. I think it's, Julianne, would you like to say something about your project, your doctorate project? She's going to do some qualitative research about dealing with complexity in the school.
I'm doing the selection, yeah. So I'm not a doctorate. But the idea is to join complexity and anxiety, but use exploratory practice too in public school to try to understand how students in public school, they deal with anxiety, mainly in speaking abilities. Because as mainly Fernanda and Marcelly had told, in Brazil public schools, the time is very short, so we don't have enough time to work with all the abilities, and speaking ability is the first one that's cut off. So I would like to emphasize in this ability and to try to notice how they deal with this anxiety. I don't know if it's going to happen this way because it's complex, but it's this.
Well, yeah, I look forward to that, because yeah, complexity is an issue, but it's also I would say it's a more realistic view, right? So it's it's more of a realistic approach to research, as opposed to the positivist or the interpretivist approaches. I would say it's more a realist.
And as Fernanda had told and you had answered, I totally agree that all the nouns are so difficult, but after you understand, they are totally...
It makes sense for us,
yeah.
It starts making sense. Let me see if there are questions in the chat about Martiniano. I'm curious to know what you are doing right now. Are you developing any research about emotions at the moment?
Well, right now I'm working on my dissertation, in which I am like doing some work on enjoyment, for like, you know, the emotional side of things, and then working on sense of belonging, and touching on that like sort of like social emotional aspect. But I'm yeah, like emotions is kind of like, you know, the area within applied linguistics that I'm most interested about. So always trying to do some work on like going in that direction. So yeah, now working on anxiety particularly, as of right now. I still have a lot of data that I collected for this project. And I'm working towards like writing the report of the data and like hopefully like having it published at some point. But yeah, with that is kind of like a side project at the moment, I would say, because like my main focus right now is the dissertation. So but yeah.
This sense of belonging, this concept is very, very interesting.
Yes, yes, it is. And there isn't much out there, so hopefully
It's innovative. Yeah,
mhm.
that's excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to Julia now, right?
I think so. And I couldn't have asked for a better tee up, I guess, having Katalin talk about GCM already and Martiniano talking about appraisal. And actually, Katalin, I think you're gonna like this presentation because I think it connects to the model you share with us, the visualization, so we can maybe talk about that a little bit. Okay, so now I'm struggling with the sharing. Okay, give me 1 second.
The sharing time is always a mystery. The sharing moment. Don't worry, take your time.
No, I'm sharing. I have the presentation open. Let me see.
You can share your screen or
present something else.
a presentation.
Okay. I don't want to share this window. I want to share another window. This is the moment where I always feel.
Yeah, everybody feels like that. Don't worry. Welcome to the club.
Really. I want to share screen, but I want to share this.
I think you have to select the file. Have you selected the file you're gonna share?
Okay, hold on. So if I click on, it says I'm presenting, and then I can connect. I can say show my screen, but I don't want to. Like,
When
now
you
you see it like a
select the
million
screen,
times.
yeah, maybe you go and select the screen you intend to present.
Yes. When you select to share, it appears different screens, and you choose the correct one.
If I click on this, it says allow to share window, allow to share screen. If I say allow to share window,
the window is the file. The screen is your file open?
Yeah.
Or like minimized, right? Katalin, how have you just done? Because since I was not successful sharing mine, I can't give advice here.
Yes, I think the window, it pops up and then it says full screen, and on the right hand side it says full screen, and then you click on that.
Yes, like you open your
Screen,
slides,
yeah.
and then you share it, the window. Yeah, we can see it now. Yes.
But it looks kind of weird, no?
Okay.
If I do it like this?
Yeah, it's okay. We can see it.
Does that work? Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm not gonna be able to see you, and I have my notes on the sides, but I'm gonna try to do my best like this. All right, everyone. Thank you for being here, still being here. I know it's late where some of you are. It's getting to like midday over here. So thank you for bearing with us. And again, thank you for the previous presenters in sort of like setting up this presentation already a little bit. I'm going to be talking about teachers' anxiety. I will also be talking a little bit about enjoyment. So it's really nice that Martiniano also brought up enjoyment. And I'm going to be talking about growth curve modeling to explore both of these emotions in a longitudinal way. And just as a brief introduction, because we mainly talk about learner emotions today, so there's a lot of contextual and correlational research about language teacher emotions, and the majority of them have been done in language teacher well-being research, where positive emotions have been viewed as one of the affective outcomes. They have also been examined in relation to student classroom emotions and attitudes. For example, there was this 2021 study by Moskowitz and Diwali that looked at foreign language teacher enjoyment and its contagion to students. There are a very few, I would say, still studies of specific language teacher emotions, such as anxiety. but there are quite a few more studies of various teacher emotions in general education. And those studies have looked at the role of person factors such as teaching experience, student factors, just student engagement, but also context or institution factors such as collegial relationships, for example. Most of these studies have or are grounded in appraisal theory that both Katalin and Martiniano already mentioned. And they commonly utilize situation-based methods. And I'm happy to later talk a little bit more about the differentiation between context and situation, which I think is very, very important because we've been talking about the importance of context. But I think we have to go one level deeper because context, if you say, for example, collegiate foreign language education. Excuse me? Okay, I'm gonna go on. If we talk about collegiate foreign language education, for example, a French beginner classroom in the US might be very different from like an advanced German classroom setting in the US, for example. So I'm really interested in looking at specific situations in the classroom, and I'll talk about this in a moment. I know that we're talking mainly about anxiety today, but this study did include enjoyment, so I'm going to bring in this other emotion as well. So just briefly, teacher enjoyment is a positive or pleasant achievement emotion that is linked to appraisals of goal attainment or possible goal attainment and control over a task, and it has been linked to positive teacher-centered outcomes such as reduced burnout, or positive student-centered outcomes, such as student enjoyment, for example. In our context, language teacher enjoyment research has emerged in response to growing concerns about language teacher well-being, mainly during and after the pandemic. So most of these studies are done like after 2020, I would say, starting with 2021. Looking at enjoyment as an outcome of language teacher well-being, but also connecting language teacher enjoyment to individual situated appraisals that we've already heard about, but also to gender differences. Moving on to our target variable today, language teacher anxiety. As we've heard at the very, very beginning this morning, Elaine was the first one to talk about it and linked teachers' low self-confidence in their target language use and target language use unrelated classroom factors such as disruptive students to anxious experiences. There has been quite a bit of research on this. Mainly research is focused on target language use related anxiety. If we remember, I talked to some of you in this group about this about a month ago. There are mainly cross-sectional designs in this body of research. Researchers are using a basic emotion paradigm and mainly self-report instruments such as rating scales or also diary entries if the research is more qualitatively oriented. But there have been some recent developments and more researchers that are looking into language teacher anxiety are using appraisal theory, but also quantitative or qualitative situation-based methods, for example, Q sorts. And I don't know how you all feel about this. When I was in grad school, there were very, very basic statistics. And I feel like every time I'm reading an anxiety study now, there's like this really advanced statistical analysis. And it's really making me anxious sometimes to look at this. So this is my first stab also at one of these methods. So bear with me as I continue. There was one really interesting study that was done in 2020, and that was sort of like an impetus for this particular project that I'm talking about today. Ikeda did a longitudinal mixed methods study with 6 primary school EFL teachers. I think this was in Japan, and her data showed dynamic and idiosyncratic trajectories for each teacher. So every teacher had sort of like a different anxiety trajectory. So what Katalin just showed us with the graphs, think of that. And those fluctuations were linked to person factors such as experience levels, situation factors, for example, whether there was a teaching demonstration going on, like a supervisor was visiting or not, and also context factors, whether the teachers in question had an administrative role, for example. And so I was really interested in that, and I wanted to do that at a larger scale to see if there were individual trajectories for each teacher, or if this more case study like design was an outlier. And in order to do that, I used growth curve modeling that is particularly suited to investigate temporal change of L2 affective variables. And what I used is a tutorial that was published in the Research Methods of Applied Linguistics journal. It's a fairly recent journal. And two of Phil Hiver's students, together with him, published a tutorial on this. So this is a great resource for anyone who's advancing their statistical knowledge. And the great thing about this is, as we already heard in the previous presentation, that you can capture variations of certain variables within one individual, but also between individuals at the same time. And additionally, you can also examine effects of different covariates on these observed trajectories. And in SLA, so far, if I'm not misinformed, and I might be, the studies that have used this approach have been done with learners only. And the two studies I have found were learner boredom in online EFL classes, and also studies on learner grit and enjoyment. So the questions that I was asking is, how do individual language teachers' anxiety and enjoyment levels change over time? How do these trajectories over time vary across teachers? So the first one is within, and the second one is in between. And then to what degree can these trajectories be explained by gender differences, amounts of teaching experience, but also appraisals of coping? So that's what Katalin was also talking to us about in her model. My methodology, I had 93 participants, 20% of those were male. The mean age was 37.5, and the mean teaching experience was about 12 years. The sample was really diverse. It was convenient sampling. So the home countries, there were more than 25, including the US, Germany, India, but also Argentina, Nigeria. So we're all over the map. More than 18 native languages, a few are listed here, and also very diverse teaching locations. So this is going to be a limitation, just keep that in mind. And also the classroom target languages are very, very diverse, similar to the L1s of the teachers. Just for the timeline, I got IRB approval in fall 2023. This is also when I recruited through email. Convenience and snowball sampling was used. I collected the data at the end of 2023. And the way it was done, so this longitudinal study was done over 9 weeks, and I did 3 Qualtrics surveys, and they were spaced, so 3 weeks apart. So the teachers were receiving the first survey, they had 7 days to respond to it, and then from the time they submitted the survey, 3 weeks later, they got the link to the next survey. And I was using vignettes, so situation descriptions in this study, and they were counterbalanced. The first Qualtrics survey that the teachers received had a background form where I collected the demographics that I just talked about, professional information. And then each of the 3 surveys had 2 vignettes, and each vignette had an appraisal and an emotion measure. The vignettes that I used were validated, or have been validated before, and are fairly common situations that happen in classrooms, and the literature says that they are anxiety provoking. So one is supervisor. So we all know this, I think. The supervisor comes to your class, observes you, sits in the back, and takes extensive notes. And then the other one is student attitudes, which is that students are just acting up and giving you a hard time. They're not really focusing on language instruction, and are just constantly disrupting the class flow. So for each vignette, teachers fill out an appraisal questionnaire. I used a 6-dimensional appraisal model here, but I'm only going to focus on emotion, problem-focused coping, which were measured with 2 items each. So emotion-focused coping is how well can teachers psychologically and emotionally handle those situations, right? And problem-focused coping is, can they do something? So actively act or behave in a certain way to make the or to change the situation that is causing the anxiety. And then I used an emotion questionnaire, and I'm only going to be focusing on anxiety and enjoyment. So teachers were asked to report their emotions in those scenarios. And there were 35 items, so 35 different emotions. And here I'm only going to be focusing on the anxiety and enjoyment item, which were had one item scales. In terms of analysis, because this, like I said, it's sort of like an advanced statistical, not sort of, it is an advanced statistical technique to alleviate statistics anxiety in the audience. I'm going to be using visual plots a lot here to show my findings. So again, for research question 1, I'm just going to show you visual plots to show you the different trajectories for the teachers. For the inter-individual differences in trajectories, I'm also going to show you visual plots. I'm also going to show you a table with lots of numbers, which I will go through briefly. And then for research question 3, I have visual plots for the effects of gender in teaching experience, because I considered them to be not varying with time, because the 9 weeks were short enough that I conceptualized them in this study as being constant. And coping appraisals were time varying. So I assumed that appraisals of the situations, so it was the same situations that were evaluated 3 times, that they might change over time. Those I did not map visually. For the results, so we see the sample trajectories for anxiety and enjoyment across the vignettes. So you see the labels here. This is the supervisor vignette and anxiety, supervisor enjoyment, the attitudes anxiety, and the attitudes enjoyment. And what we see here in those plots, and you see the numbers, these represent individual teachers. So you see they're labeled with different numbers. So the plots show that we have 5 unique patterns for language teachers' variability in anxiety and enjoyment across both vignettes. So some of them were continuously decreasing, some of them were continuously increasing, some of them remained flat or constant, but we see at different levels, right? Some are higher, some are a little bit lower. And then we also see for some teachers it dipped and went back up, or the exact opposite, that anxiety and enjoyment went up and then went down at the 3rd time. Here we see the inter-individual variation of emotion trajectories, and you see, so the dotted lines, again, as a reminder, there were 93 participants, so it looks a little bit messy. So all of the dotted lines are individual teachers, and the red lines, that's the mean for anxiety and enjoyment in each vignette. So we see that the plots show strong variation in teachers' initial anxiety and enjoyment levels, but also in their changed trajectories, right? We see some of the lines go up, some of the lines go down. I think for enjoyment and student attitudes, it's the simplest to see. And we also see that the mean trajectories suggest that they don't comprehensively or maybe even adequately capture the individual variability in teachers' emotion trajectories in each vignette, which this is sort of like showing you the strength of this approach, because when we just see the mean, we might have a different impression of these findings. Here is the table, and I know there's a lot of numbers there. So the growth curve modeling that I used is a 2-level model, and level 1 estimates the intra-individual changes, so within the individual over time, and level 2, it's the inter-individual differences, so the between teacher differences in the trajectories. And this is the table for anxiety. On the next slide, there will be one for enjoyment. So in supervisor, we see that the respondents felt moderately anxious when they imagined the scenario for the first time, but their anxiety levels generally decreased over the 9-week period. And in student attitudes, the anxiety score was slightly lower, which might be expected, meaning that teachers also felt somewhat anxious there. But their anxiety levels over the 9-week period altogether did not change that much, not as much as in the supervisor attitude. In both vignettes, we also see that the level 1 residual suggests that some of the variance in teachers' anxiety trajectory remains unexplained when time is the only variable. So there must be other factors that contribute to the variability. And the level 2 intercept indicates that there are inter-individual differences in the initial anxiety levels. Last table, I promise. This is the enjoyment results. So here we see that the unconditional model for the supervisor vignette shows that the initial mean enjoyment score is 2.39. So teachers experienced some enjoyment, which we hear that from some teachers that they really do enjoy supervisor observations. I'm not one of them, I will say, but there are some that feel that way. The enjoyment level decreased over time, though, over the 9-week period. The unconditional model for the student attitudes vignette, so this is the model that only considers time, shows that the initial enjoyment level on average is very, very low, just 1.39 on a 5-point scale. So if students give you attitude and are disruptive, there's very little to enjoy, and the data also shows this, of course. And we see from the numbers that that it further decreased over time. And similar to the anxiety results, there's also unexplained variance here in the unconditional model that explains some of the variance. So I was looking at gender and teaching experience to see if those would explain some of the variance that we see that couldn't be explained just by time. So we see here the trajectories and the gender differences and teaching experience based differences in anxiety across vignettes. And we, referring back to the table, you don't necessarily see this here in the graphs, but I think it's easier just to follow along with the visual representation, that gender is not a strong explanatory variable for the differences in teachers' anxiety and supervisor, but it is a strong explanatory variable for differences in anxiety and student attitudes. Teaching experience was not meaningful in explaining differences in anxiety in either vignette. However, and again, I said in the beginning, I wasn't able to model this coping potential. Both emotion-focused and problem-focused coping contributed strong explanatory value to both vignettes. Here's the same for enjoyment. So gender is not a meaningful variable for enjoyment in either vignette, but teaching experience had a significant explanatory power to account for differences in enjoyment in the supervisor vignette, though not in student attitudes. And similar to anxiety, both coping appraisals contributed significantly and strongly to the growth curve models in both vignettes. So what does that all mean? Just briefly finishing up. The emotion trajectories varied within and across teachers, so there is individuality and complexity of emotional experience in classroom scenarios, albeit the teachers were imagining those vignettes, they weren't necessarily in those scenarios. And anxiety and enjoyment emerged as independent emotional constructs. So similar to what we already know about student enjoyment and anxiety, these emotions can co-occur. They can be experienced separately or they can be entirely absent. Echoing Katalin's presentation, findings underscore the value of complex dynamic systems theory, and GCMs enable us to have a more nuanced understanding of how the interdependent variables like emotions and appraisals, for example, evolve in context-sensitive and situated time-dependent ways. Appraisal processes also played a key role in shaping the emotional responses. So how teachers mentally represented and interpreted the same vignette over time influenced whether their emotion trajectories remained flat or changed. And I think this points to a need for future research on the dynamics of mental imagery, but also attentional focus in teacher emotions, especially situated ones. For research question 2, we saw that the rates of teachers' emotional change was highly variable, and the average mean trajectories failed to capture the full complexity of the individual emotion patterns over time. The findings challenge a little bit the traditional variable-centered approaches and point to the need for more methods that can account for this inter-individual variability and the dynamic emotional processes at the individual level. And the previous presentation has given us some ideas of how this could be done. Also, time alone did not explain the changes in the emotion trajectories, but it was other person, context, and situation variables that systematically influenced how teachers experienced, but also regulated emotions or coped. And lastly, for research question 3, I thought this was very interesting that gender in teaching experience showed really nuanced and situation-specific effects. So gender significantly explained anxiety patterns in disruptive classroom scenarios like student attitudes, while teaching experience predicted enjoyment patterns in the more evaluative supervisor vignette. Coping appraisals consistently explain differences in both anxiety and enjoyment, both levels and change rates. And I think that highlights the importance of teachers' perceived ability to manage or adapt to classroom challenges. And everybody who has spoken to emotional regulation will find themselves here, I think. And then stable traits like gender or experience may shape how teachers appraise classroom situations more generally. So either as like threatening, for example, or challenging, which may in turn influence emotional responses. Last slide, my limitations. Of course, these findings are or have limited generalizability because it was non-probability sampling, and the participants were quite diverse, and that wasn't controlled for in the analysis. Also, measurement limitations. Of course, the scales that I used were really, really brief, and I also grouped the participants quite arbitrarily. So for gender, I grouped non-binary and female teachers together because the non-binary teachers, the group was just too small to run the analysis. And teaching experience, I set the divider at 8 years. So if I had put it at 1 year, for example, the results might have been different. Of course, like I said, vignettes are imagined, so that raises some concerns about ecological validity. How well do the reported emotions reflect real-world experiences, right? We don't know. And also, just one word for the GCM approach, it cannot capture variable interactions. So how coping potentials and gender, for example, like interacted, can't be captured here, but there's other statistical approaches that can. For example, parallel process models. So that's maybe a future direction as well. And I will stop here, and I probably went over time by a lot, and I apologize.
Thank you, Julia. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. Lots of claps and hearts here. Very nice. Thank you. Ioanna, please, dear.
Hello, hello, Fernanda.
Hello, how are you
everyone.
doing?
I'm good, and I'm very, very happy that I heard all these beautiful presentations and studies about language anxiety. I'll try to share my presentation. Please bear with me because from other presenters I've understood that I may face a bit of struggle, but I'll do my best to be good. So. Okay, so can you see now my screen and my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, but I cannot, as the other presenters cannot view the presentation now. One moment. So, okay. One moment, please. Okay, Can I ask if you can see my presentation full screen?
No, it's not
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Don't worry, it happened to everybody. But it doesn't happen in our platform, RNP. That's when we do the meetings, right? That's why I love that platform.
Maybe I'll need to move it.
If you share, maybe you share your screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
You can share a window or share the screen.
I'm supposed to
Yes, yeah, that's it, Julia. We have like slide technology anxiety.
Yeah. So one moment, I'll try to share again my screen. How about now?
It's not in full screen yet.
Okay. How about now?
No.
Is it full screen?
No, not yet. It's so weird. It appears in full screen for us presenters, but not to the audience. If you share screen, not a window, you open it full screen, and then you share the whole screen.
Okay,
instead of the window.
Yes. How about now?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Can I ask the other presenters what they did and they made it work?
And yes, it's this. You should, I think it's, you put in the presentation mode, and after you press Ctrl-Alt-Tab. So you return to your Meet.
Yeah,
Google Meet
that's what
window.
Michael said here in the chat. Put it full screen, then press Alt and Tab, and then you share the full screen presentation.
Yeah, that's it.
I have to learn how to do that.
Control Alt
Tab.
Alt. Control Tab. No change.
Ctrl-Alt-Tab 3.
Ctrl-Alt-Tab. Still no change.
Maybe
Okay.
if you prefer, maybe you share the slide in our WhatsApp group and Julianne can open it here.
Yes, I can do it.
Okay. Okay. One moment. Or like, would you mind if I share it without full screen? Would you still see the?
Ioanna, I'm not sure, but there are some instructions in the chat as well. People are saying that maybe if you click Alt plus Tab, you could. I don't know really how it works, but
yeah, this is
try that.
what Julianne has said.
Okay.
Or you could, yeah, you can, if you can't, you can present like this, or send it to the WhatsApp group, and then Julianne can open it here.
Yes, Julianne is saying that she has to press Ctrl, Alt, and Tab. In my notebook, I only press Alt and Tab, so it changes the window. You press your full screen. You present the full screen, then you press Alt and Tab or Control Alt and Tab, depending on your device, and you go back to the Meet. And then you start sharing the full screen, the presentation, not your full screen. You share the presentation only.
Control Tab. Any change?
Yeah,
No.
in my case, I don't have to press Control, just Alt Tab. Julianne has to press the three Control, Alt, and Tab. Try both ways.
Control Tab. No.
Yep, but I think that you first need to share your screen. I don't think that you're sharing right now.
Yeah.
So you first need to like put it in like presentation, like sharing mode, and then do the tab thing.
It seems like it worked. Let's try with the full screen again.
No, but I think you need to put in the full screen first, and after you share.
Okay, okay. One last moment. One last, sorry, let's try. So, draw full screen.
Yeah.
Amazing. Sorry for the wait. We made it. We did great. Yeah, sorry again for the technical issues and like the delay in my presentation. First of all, as you can see, my name is Ioanna VASILOPOULOU. I'm a lecturer in speech and language in linguistics in the Speech and Language Therapy Division at the University of Essex. And as you can see from the title of this study, I explore language anxiety among learners with dyslexia. So in contrast to what we've seen today about language emotions in students and teachers, my focus is on individuals with learning difficulties. So let's try to, okay, amazing. So a bit of the presentation's outline. First of all, I'm going to describe the theoretical background of this topic and in relation to dyslexia, emotions, and of course, language anxiety. Followingly, I will present the research methodology as well as the findings and the discussion. At the end, some concluding remarks will be discussed. I say we don't have like much time left for our seminar, so I'll try to condense everything in these 15 minutes. So about developmental dyslexia and what is developmental dyslexia. Over 10% of the population in UK and US has dyslexia. For example, if we apply this number in a classroom, it means that around 5 students in the classroom are facing learning difficulties and especially dyslexia. But what are the symptoms of dyslexia? Students appear to face difficulties with accurate and fluent word recognition, in spelling, as well as in their abilities in decoding. However, dyslexia is manifested despite conventional instructions or adequate intelligence. For example, studies have shown that IQ levels are not related to learning difficulties and in general language disabilities, and of course, sociocultural opportunities. Theories have been presented to explain the nature of dyslexia. However, yet the causes of dyslexia remain still unclear. So, long research reflects a single cause, that dyslexia is a consequence of difficulties with converting the phonetic information into lexical codes. However, there are still evidence, there are evidence that there is a visual and auditory deficit influencing that. But this is something that can be discussed in another discussion. So this converting phonetic information into lexical codes can be transcribed into the phonological deficit hypothesis. According to this hypothesis, there are deficits in representation, storage, and retrieval of speech sound, so the phonemes, and these have an impact on the grapheme phoneme correspondence, the syllable. So there is a difficulty in transcribing in students with dyslexia to decode the phonemes into sounds and the sounds into, the letters into sounds and the sounds into letters. However, is that all? Reading is a demanding cognitive activity and involves multiple processes. So students' performance in reading can be significantly influenced by not only internal but external factors, and this can include emotional states as well. So in relation to second language acquisition, dyslexic students are facing various challenges when reading and they write in their L2. And this is understandable to make their effort in their L2 even more challenging. So L1 skills can be considered as a first important base for L2 learning, according to Cormos. In fact, students with dyslexia usually find themselves unable to meet their L2 requirements. So having their challenges in L2 and being asked to meet their L2 requirements and responsibilities can be challenging for students with dyslexia. So according to van der Leyen and Morfidi, there is a possibility of transferring difficulties from L1 to L2. In my research, I've collected data in Greek and English. So there is an interesting distinction in these two languages in relation to their transparency. Greek language is a transparent language and English is a non-transparent language. So in that sense, the difficulties, the reading difficulties for those students is understandable to be more challenging because of the level of transparency of these two languages. Now about emotions, for students with dyslexia and in relation to what I mentioned in the previous slides, they have the reading challenges, writing challenges, and difficulties. So being in an educational setting and being asked and having like the challenge to meet the educational standards can lead to experience various emotions. So emotions are important experiences on a wide variety of occasions, not only in everyday life, but in education too, according to Burcu. Dyslexic students who are struggling with reading are likely to be vulnerable towards emotionally charged situations, not only in L1, but in second language too. So according to research, students with dyslexia may have higher levels of anxiety compared to students without dyslexia. And in general, their emotions, they may experience a variety of emotions that can be quite varied in relation to students without dyslexia. Anxiety can lead to poor performance, and poor performance itself in the L2 classroom can result in motivational fluctuation and even more in language anxiety. So as you may already be aware, language anxiety is defined as the worry and negative emotional reaction when learning and using a second language, and this is especially relevant in a classroom where self-expression takes place. So language anxiety can be considered primarily as a negative emotion, and L2 language and in general emotions, research around emotion has mainly focused on the typical learners. And however, learners in with learning difficulties and the research has been neglected. Can you hear or I'm sorry, all hear me well? Okay, because I hear a sound. I hope it doesn't transmit it to your audio setting. So the research questions of this study is first of all to explore how does language anxiety affect the self-perceived reading competence of students with dyslexia, and what other emotions do students experience while completing reading tasks in L1 and L2. So the participants of this study was 110 students with dyslexia, and 100 students, 70 students were with dyslexia, and 40 students were participated as a control group. We used two method tools, a questionnaire to explore the reading emotions of students. The questionnaire was highly influenced by the test anxiety questionnaire and the achievement emotions questionnaire. It was comprised of 10 items and included a 4-point Likert scale. Themes of this questionnaire were related around about reading competence, language anxiety, and reading-related emotions. After that questionnaire, a follow-up, semi-structured interview was conducted, and the aim of that was to try and highlight and find through the discussion with the participants any areas that students would like to express themselves more in relation, in general, recruiting participants with dyslexia can be challenging, and in general, expressing themselves can be is for them quite tricky. They feel that it is quite difficult for them to open themselves. So themes of the interview was the reading competence, levels of anxiety, and coping strategies. So preliminary analysis of the questionnaire. We conducted first of all the correlation of the to examine the relationship of the items, and as you can see, items such as reading a text is a challenge that I enjoy was positively correlated with items such as I read the text easily, which suggests that those who enjoy the challenge of reading, they find it most of the times easier. And this highlights a sense of confidence and engagement with the task. Also, statements such as I like to read the text was negatively correlated with the item of I feel comfortable reading a text. And this may suggest that those who like reading may not always feel comfortable with it. So it indicates that they may enjoy the process, but still they are aware that there are challenges. Also, I make errors when I read the text was negatively correlated with the item I like to read the text, and it indicates that those who like reading are less likely to report making errors. And last but not least, can anxiety affect the reading of a text was positively correlated with I am anxious when I read the text out loud in the classroom, which indicates that as agreement with anxiety affecting reading increases, so does the agreement with anxiety-related questions. These findings are also in accordance with the data that were extracted from the interview. So emotions that were highly mentioned, was anxiety as well as confidence. And also there are students who reported both anxiety and confidence. Another theme that was explored in the interview was the phonological errors. So students reported the symptoms of dyslexia, and this indicates that students are aware of the challenges that they are facing, that the errors they may do through during reading and writing. So for example, they reported making errors in words and letters, in skipping lines, in the text length. So for example, if a text is lengthy, this can trigger they find it challenging, and they find it difficult to complete the task of a lengthy text. They were highly mentioned in relation to anxiety. So for example, participant E23 mentioned that I am a bit more anxious when I will make mistakes in reading, or I am more anxious because I don't want to make errors. And another interesting thing that emerged was the presence of other people. And by other people, this means the presence of the peers and the teachers, as well as the presence of their parents. So, for example, E21 mentioned that in our class, I was feeling a bit anxious because I was going to read something and I wasn't sure if I would make an error, a mistake. And when my friends listen to me, I feel anxious, but when I'm alone and read it myself, I don't have a problem, I don't have an issue. However, students also mention self-regulation strategies as well. So regardless their higher anxiety levels and the errors they may make during reading, they try to do better, and for that they have come up with their own self-directed strategies to improve their performance. So, for example, E35 reported that I want to read much better and I will continue to do very well. I need to be careful and not to make mistakes. So in relation to these findings, an influential role of emotions on participants' school performance was found, and their life outside of class, because as reported, the perception that their peers and their teachers may have about those children, those students, is something that affects them. And both negative and positive emotions were mentioned. So not only language anxiety and anxiety in general, but confidence and other emotions were reported. Participants who did not report language anxiety mentioned self-regulation and proactive approaches to learning. And emotions, and especially anxiety, can cause more errors while reading, and the realization of errors will make them feel anxious and discouraged. So overall, anxiety was cited the most, and students would make errors because of their anxiety, but also anxiety would increase their determination to read better. So it was found to be a factor of determination. Students, by realizing that they feel anxious, they would try to put in action their the strategies to cope and do well. And in relation to that, it was found that it's not related to the content of the text or the task that they are asked to do, but it is often related to emotional responses to the learning environment and their self-perceptions of their language skills, because sometimes they were conscious of how they will perform, because they were aware that they would make errors. So that would trigger the higher levels of anxiety. So a model that emerged in this study as you can see, is the reciprocal relationship between anxiety and phonological errors, the reading errors in text. So anxiety and language anxiety will lead into students making more errors, but at the same time, students realizing that they make errors, they try to activate their strategies to do well. So these are the references of my study, and thank you for your attention. I hope it didn't take much of the seminar time. And
fantastic. Thank you very, very much. Now it's time for questions. Let's, we have like 15 minutes to, we can extend it to 15 minutes, and then we can listen to the audience and have some questions. Ioanna, about your presentation, when you mentioned that they feel anxious when they are called to read out loud, it's something that I usually we discuss in class here, because it's a big source of anxiety, not only for students with dyslexia, right? It's something really interesting you mentioned.
It is, and this is something that also we may experience, and we may have students in university level and in like both in higher education, but in primary school and secondary school. And now there is, for example, in our like division in our school, we try to approach this anxiety by including using basically tools that students can like create like a narrative and upload it on screen. So like a question, online questionnaire that students can like avoid being in such such a situation, like such a challenge for them.
Julia has a question here. Julia, do you wanna say your question?
Yeah, I can also read it. I was just typing it while you were still talking. That was really fascinating, especially because your sample size was also quite large, and I saw the ages of the learners, and like dyslexia. How did you go about recruiting learners with a learning disability? I'm thinking immediately like disclosure, parent consent. Like, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, basically it was quite like a challenge, and in general, recruiting participants who are like in the group of learning and language disorders can be challenging sometimes. So my participants, I recruited the participants in Greece, and for that I received a confirmation by the Ministry of Education to have access to all the schools in Athens. So I applied to the Ministry of Education to have access to the schools there. So I visited over 50 schools in there, because sometimes you have to have a written consent by the parent, by the carers and parents of those children, and it can be challenging, and it's when I completed that number, I was very happy.
I believe it. Yeah, it's very impressive. I mean, that's a lot of legwork that goes into that. That's really interesting. I think I've seen this in a lot of studies that come out of Europe that go through the Ministry of Education, and it works a little bit differently over here in the US. So that's really fascinating to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, in Greece, you cannot have access to public schools if you don't have the confirmation and the okay from the ministry, and because I did a similar. My master's dissertation was again on in students with dyslexia. It was very difficult to recruit participants without the approval. So yeah, I went that route, and yeah, but at the same time, also in relation to those participants with dyslexia, I recruited students who had formal diagnosis from the official centers that they provide the diagnosis. So this was another factor that I did into account. Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you.
Julianne, go on.
Hello.
Your microphone is off.
Yeah.
Sorry. Julia, I have a question. I have noticed that in your graphs, women are always suffering more than men, and men are always enjoying. And I would like to know, what do you think about it? Do you have an opinion? We were talking before about our, just a minute, about the situation of the judgment, the social judgment, and people know more than me. Do you think that this view happens when we talk about gender, or not? It's not related, because it caught my attention.
Yeah, that's a very good question. You know, I was actually surprised to find this, because whenever I looked at gender before in teacher-focused studies, I didn't find any differences between them. So it was the first time in this analysis that I did. I noticed it as well. It's a really good question. It might have to do with confidence levels. This is speculative. I haven't looked at any covariates in that direction, or you know, knowing maybe how a male person is perceived in a classroom. You know, like naturally receiving maybe like more authority, right? Like this is obviously a biased view, but I could see that, you know, having that level of confidence has an impact on it. That's probably the best answer I can give. Yeah, it's a little bit it's a little bit sad to see. That's true. And I think it's also important to note that these are just two situations, right? Like there's so many other situations in classrooms that might affect women more positively than they might affect men. So it's also like a very narrow view into the classroom, like a really tiny snapshot. So I don't want to like overstate or overgeneralize, but maybe, yeah. So looking maybe at confidence as a covariate might be interesting.
Thank you very much.
Felipe, would you like to ask your question to Ioanna?
Yes. Have you ever thought about doing this research with blind students? How would you do it?
Does this question goes to me? Sorry.
Yes, he was very anxious to ask.
Yeah, I can see
at the beginning of your presentation.
Yes. I think in the same way, maybe I'm not like in the area of sign. I'm not in the research area of like possibly sign language, but possibly through a questionnaire using the sign language and an interview in that sense, in that way. Could work because the participants were students with dyslexia, and that would mean that the participants would be the students with a visual difficulty. Yeah, sorry I said about sign language. I'm sorry. That's
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I think I would say that I would like, yeah, it would be a different project. So I haven't thought about that. But yeah, we could discuss it in a later, or in another format.
Thank you, dear. Jasrael, go on, dear.
Hi, I have a question for Julia. I found it really interesting how you showed that there were different trajectories for the same vignettes and how I guess they experienced it, or they thought that they would experience it differently. I was wondering if you have any follow-up data or any other data that would explain why there would be differences, like if there was any kind of qualitative information explaining why this group of teachers would think they'd experience it this way versus the other way, or what your thoughts about the reasons would be for that.
Yeah, I don't for this round of data collection. I don't have that data, but that's definitely something that I want to explore. I think I mentioned this like last time that I sort of like geared away from like qualitative research in grad school and after grad school. But I think because this hasn't been done with teachers, and seeing sort of like the same patterns, I think shows that there's lots to discover. And I think going, like knowing what I've observed now, going into future project with that knowledge and going a more qualitative route, I think is a very, very good idea. Also, getting more insights into how did they actually imagine this scenario, right? Because they're imagining it, right? Did they imagine it the same way at all 3 points? Did they imagine it differently? Why did they imagine it differently, right? Like what was going on otherwise? Has something shifted in their like work context, for example, right? That made them maybe perceive themselves as having less coping potential in the 2nd point, but then again more in the 3rd, or is it a particular stressful time in the semester? Considering the large diversity of the sample and all of the different academic calendars, I don't know where the different teachers were in their academic calendar, and I didn't collect that. I didn't collect that information, but that's a very good point. If you're interested and want to collaborate, do let me know.
It sounds like it would be a really interesting project, because I really like, I've never used vignettes before, but seeing your presentation and your talk previously, I was really interested in them, just as like using them for experiments. So
yeah, let's chat.
Very nice. Maybe this our event, the participants that are here, I don't know, would you like to share an experience, an anxious experience, or share your views about our webinar? Feel free to open your mics and cameras if you wish to talk to us a little bit. We planned this event for you, right? To share our research. This is the beginning of our project. This is the first event that we organize. Hopefully there will be more. There will be more researchers taking part, showing their research, showing what they have been doing regarding language anxiety, sharing methodology, innovations, which is very interesting to see. I couldn't take note of so many different aspects and so many different things we can do regarding language anxiety. So this is our space for that. Don't feel shy, don't feel anxious. Any questions you would like to ask? Anything you would like to say or an experience to share?
I just want to say that I'm so pleased that there's so much research still ongoing on anxiety. It makes me really happy. It was like the variable that pulled me into academia and really captured me. And it's not really, I can't really shake it. I can't really let it go. And it's so amazing and wonderful to see that really like across the globe there's projects going on with like so many different foci, and that area of research is still evolving, and there's still so many meaningful projects being done that really widen the scope of what we know about anxiety and can help our learners. So I think that's that was really beautiful to see today. It was really nice.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. The other I was writing a chapter, and I intended to present the state of the art regarding research on language anxiety. It was impossible to present everything. There were when I accessed the Semantic Scholar site, there were thousands of very recent work. And I kind of feel very like inclined to invite. Oh, I want them to be together with us. But there are thousands of researchers dealing with language anxiety around the world. Thais has a question to Ioanna. How do students with dyslexia deal with failure? Because students generally have difficulty with reading and are afraid of making mistakes, but students with dyslexia do not have this specific line as a certain. What type of care in relation to this?
Thank you, Fernanda, and Thais for the question. From our research, our study, what we observed is that students with dyslexia, they are very concerned of a possible scenario of failure. Because as we can all understand it, this is closer, the failure if they're having like reading and educational challenges, is for them, they experience it to a higher level, maybe, compared to students without. This is my assumption. We didn't, again, like our focus was on language anxiety, but from their interviews, what I was observed in relation to that is that they are concerned about that, but at the same time, this is what it makes them to try even more, and that's why they have developed these strategies to surpass their difficulties and do well. So it's something that they are aware. So, for example, they are aware of the challenges they are facing, that they may not, especially in reading, and because this is an area, this is the where the dyslexia is more about. Students are having difficulties, which means this is illustrated in their performance, and this could mean a possible non-achievement. So it's something that they have in mind, and at the same time, I was very surprised to see that they are very, very determined students, and they don't let these emotions, because and these like thoughts to affect their performance and who they are, in fact. Yes.
I know, because I'm a dyslexic person, and I have afraid to talk in English now. It's very very hard to me to open my microphone to try to talk to you, because when you say people with dyslexia has more difficult, commit more error than another, because you know what kind of things we will make mistake, and it's very embarrassing.
Yes, sometimes, yeah, it's part of the process that mistakes and errors may happen, but as you mentioned, yeah, you are you mentioned that if I hear you well, you have dyslexia.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm 33 years old, and I still dyslexic. So because
from what I've seen, there are areas that students can do very, very well and can excel and surpass their difficulties. This is something that can be observed in dyslexia. Even like reading errors, with the use of these strategies, can be minimized. So it needs a lot of focus time and to be very committed to that, and everything will go well with your presentation, I'm sure.
Thank you, Ioanna.
Thank you for the question.
Very nice. Any other comments or questions? Oh, there is a comment here. Let's see that. Binish, yes, the situation Julia mentioned in terms of one gender receiving any sort of authority more than the other made me a bit curious if there is higher number of anxiety observed in either gender compared to the other. Great.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it's an interesting question, right? Like I looked at gender, like in the initial studies that I've done with anxiety, like a few years ago, and every time I did, and this is exclusively with teachers, I have never found gender differences until I've taken the approach I've taken in the study that I presented today. And I thought it was really interesting that gender really played a role just in one situation, but not in the other, for example, right, in terms of significant impact. And that was when there was a more disruptive classroom situation where maybe more authority can be helpful in getting the students back in line to like, you know, continue with your class as you would like to. But generally, again, talking about language teachers, it's also really hard to say because there's such an imbalance between female and male teachers, and doing those comparisons, it's just really, really hard to do. So I'm really, really careful of saying like, oh yeah, like women are definitely more anxious, because that's not necessarily what the data shows, or it's skewed because we have so many female language teachers, but it's definitely something to look into. And again, like I'm a big proponent of taking a more situational approach, where we really look at the situation, like who is present in that situation, what is being done, what is the skill being taught, who are the learners, right? Is it a female teacher and all female students? Is it just male students? I think there's just different configurations of situations that can have a different effect. And then gender might play a role and it might not play a role, but there's still yet to be discovered. That's my best answer, I think.
Yes, that's very interesting. Even in the US, Julia, there are more female teachers than male teachers, right? Really?
Yeah.
What about in Greece, Ioanna? Is that the same?
Yes,
Something
there
more
are more females than males. Yeah. It's true, yeah. And it's an interesting observation. I'm not in the language teachers field, but it's something that, it's very, very interesting. Yeah, even in our, like now in our seminar, the females. I'm sorry, Martiniano.
And
But
yes, and there's a lot of emotional labor,
even like
the female role in society, and teaching, and the dealing with life and family and so on. It raises a lot of.
It's so interesting though. Like every time I present, this is the first question I get. Like, because sometimes I leave out gender because there's no difference, so I'm not even like mentioning it. But it's usually, I'm sorry, like not to be stereotypical, but this is just from experience, anecdotally. It's usually a male audience member who raises their hand and asks the question about gender. So it's a really, like, I think, like also like ingrained assumption that we have that women are just more anxious. But again, like the data hasn't shown it up until like this project at least. And I'm not saying, again, like I'm not saying it's true or not true or a trend or not a trend, but it's definitely, I think, more nuanced than we might assume.
Yeah, and I'm about the Greek population. I mentioned in general, I'm not sure about like the labor or like how the teachers are experiencing females compared to males. But what I mentioned is in the overall population, the percentages are more to, there are more female teachers in general than males in language learning.
That's excellent. Guys, any other questions from the participants, from the audience? It would be nice if everybody could open their cameras so that we can take a final picture of everybody participating today. There are 15 other people here. I don't know if they will be able to open the cameras so that we can take a final picture. We've been here for a while. I think, well, I thought it was, since we love the theme, it's not tiring for us, right? It's something like, wow, we could be here the whole day. We've been here for hours and I'm not tired at all. I don't know about you, but I know for many people, for Europeans, it's Friday night. So it's time to go out, isn't it, Jasrael? Jasrael is there wearing her very beautiful red lipstick, ready to go out.
Still a bit early, 6:30.
In the US, it's lunchtime. They must be hungry. I think we have, I don't know if we have people from Asia here participating. If we do, it must be very, very late there. Okay, so we're gonna print. Let's take some pictures. Okay, very nice. Very nice thing. I just thank you very, very much for the day together, for the afternoon together, for the experiences we shared, for the knowledge we built here today. Right? Do you have any other comments? I don't want to talk alone.
Thank you, Fernanda, for organizing. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that from like our very own group, like thanking you, Fernanda, for like putting all of this together and for all the work that you have done. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. It's
Yes,
something
thank
that
you.
we're planning for a
The
while.
flyers and the program and all sorts of platforms that I don't even know where they are.
Yeah, but Meet, is it unknown for you, Google Meet? Was it the first time, Katalin?
Yeah, for me, yes.
Really?
but yeah,
Oh,
like
really?
I said,
Oh, because here in Brazil, during the pandemic, we got in contact with Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, everything at the
we
same
have
time.
Teams, yeah.
Okay. So guys, have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful day, right? Rest of evening and day, right? We'll be in touch.
Yes.
For our
Thank you,
next
Fernanda.
meeting. Let's schedule our. Is everybody on vacation now? Who is on vacation? Raise your hand. I'm not on vacation yet. I was very happy to meet Burcu, who is Katalin's student, and the other students that are here, right? So we'll probably have our meeting in August. Is everybody returning in August? Returning to work? No, Katalin. Oh.
At the end of August, we have.
End of August.
Yeah.
Okay, we schedule it to the end of August. Perfect. That's all right. Okay, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Have a nice evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye, dear.